Dom, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I can hear you.
Commissioner Aquino, can I have you check that your audio and video is okay?
Yes, my audio and video seems to be fine.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McAdam. Commissioner Papalimou, could you also check your video and audio?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Chair Curtis, can we check
This is
your video and
Commissioner
audio?
Aquino. Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Aquino, I can hear you. Thank you. Commissioner Sakinaka, just want to check your video and audio. Oh, your audio is okay?
Yep, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kushney, can we check your video and audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think I got 1:30. So I'd like to call the Elections Commission meeting of February 20th at 1:30. The meeting is being recorded. All participants, except for the commissioners, will be muted until we have public testimony. All commissioners should have their cameras on for the duration of the meeting. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Ned, could you have roll call and determination of quorum?
Yes, Chair. Chair Curtis,
Here.
Commissioner Angion,
Aloha from beautiful Maui. Present.
Commissioner Aquino. Commissioner Aquino. Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Kikuchi,
Here.
Commissioner Kawada, excused, Commissioner McAdams,
I'm here.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Present.
Commissioner Takenaka.
Yes.
Commissioner Takenaka,
You're mute.
Here, sorry.
Thank you.
thank you. Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes of the January 16th, 2024 meeting. A written summary and the video recording are online. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting?
I move to amend the minutes.
You correct the minutes with what? Let's,
I have several corrections, but my understanding during the last meeting was we were not going to be doing summaries anymore.
the summary is the substitute for the written minutes.
It was my understanding that the board had to approve summary minutes.
That's what we're
And
doing.
What's that?
That's what we're doing now.
No, that they had to approve the writing of the summary and that they were not approved. The board has stated that they were going to stick with written minutes. But I'd like to amend the minutes as follows. At 2:42 p.m., Chair Curtis asked that Commissioner Kushney's microphone be muted. At 3:08 p.m., Deputy Attorney General Reese Nakamura stated that he represented the Office of Elections. During the vote on investigating chain of custody, Deputy AG Reese Nakamura advised the commission against allowing Commissioner Kushney to participate in the vote. Commissioner Kushney did not recuse himself, but he was prevented from voting. 3:24 p.m. Commissioner Andrian requested that the conflict of interest dispute between Deputy AG Reese Nakamura and Commissioner Kushney get sorted out before the next meeting. Chair Curtis requested a written opinion from Deputy Attorney General on the conflict of interest concerns. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any other additions or corrections to the minutes? Would entertain-
Sorry, Commissioner Kushney, could you repeat the last addition, specifically who the chair is requesting a legal opinion from?
Chair Curtis requested a written opinion from the Deputy Attorney General on the conflict of interest concerns.
Okay, I think that part is incorrect. I rewatched our meeting, and I believe Chair Curtis was going to actually seek out a legal opinion from the AG, not the Deputy AG.
Okay, then if that's what it is, then let's correct it to that.
But I agree with all the other amendments as well.
Amendments or corrections? I think he was reading the minutes, and the only correction was the request from Reese Nakamura to the AG was the correction of the minutes. I want to entertain a motion to receive the corrected minutes for the record.
A second.
I can't make a motion. Well, I don't make a motion, so you can make a motion, Ralph, and somebody can second it.
I believe I made the motion.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. I'm raising my hand and it seems like nobody is noticing that. Commissioner Papalimu.
yes, ma'am.
I do have a question before we do this. Are we making a motion to accept the summary?
Yes, which is the substitute for the written minutes. The summary is essentially the written minutes.
But it is not the written minutes, correct?
It is the written minutes.
We can't have both. You can't have a summary and an actual written minutes.
Well, the
which one-
summary is in lieu of the recording that records the operation of the Election Commission. The summary verbalizes it and references the time stamp on the video.
Correct. I'm so sorry. My last meeting I attended, I believe the rules call for written minutes and not a written summary of minutes. And I had questioned at the time the AG because he was saying that while we could work around those rules because we have a video, and I said, I'm sorry, I was just given an oath of office, and is that a suggestion that we break the rules? The rules require written minutes. And so I just want to make sure that if we're doing a motion to accept this current summary, that we are not making a motion to do away with the written minutes.
Let's remove the word summary because these are written minutes. And it's not a summary, it's the minutes, which is a distilled version of the video. It is the video record of the meeting. So rather than summary, let's say written minutes rather than summary, because it's essentially the minutes of the meeting that are in writing.
That would clarify this. So we would need a motion for a correction on that.
So I would entertain a motion to amend the motion that's currently on the floor of the approval of the written summary to become the written minutes of the January 16th meeting. That would be an amendment to this one that's being voted on first.
Chair Curtis, I have a point of information.
Please.
There's a summary on the website that was posted, but we were provided written minutes that were written out. So that's the confusion right now. Which one are we approving? What was posted on the website or the ones that we were given?
So aren't they the same?
They are not.
They are not. A summary was put on the website. Written
Okay.
minutes were sent to us. They are not the same.
Huh.
And that's why I'm trying to clarify this.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
So I just want to clarify because I was very specific in my question to the AG at the last minute. Because apparently you folks have been doing summaries and we're thinking about getting rid of the minutes because we have recordings. But the law specifically requires that we have written minutes, not a written summary.
So, Chair, I just shared my screen. I believe this is what we're discussing, these minutes that were sent to the commission in draft form, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then I think the motion still stands, Chair, as long as this is the actual document we're talking about.
Okay, and is that available on our website for everybody to see?
It has not been posted.
Then we'll make it a part of the record of this meeting and would move on the motion to approve the minutes as circulated to the Election Commission, and those minutes will be posted on the website.
And I move to amend the minutes.
Right, that's the motion on the floor.
And
To correct those, yeah.
I'll
okay,
second the motion.
and that's to amend the minutes to change the reference to the AG's office rather than Reese Nakamura for the opinion as stated by Commissioner Kushny. Is that correct?
Right, and the other two time-stamped references. that whole dialogue about you seeking out an opinion isn't even in the minutes right now. So he's seeking to add that in.
Would you like me to repeat my amendments?
Yes, please.
Okay, at 242, add that Chair Curtis asked the staff to mute Commissioner Cushnie's microphone. At 308, Deputy Attorney General Reese Nakamura stated that he represented the Office of Elections. During the vote on investigating chain of custody, Deputy AG Reese Nakamura advised the commission against allowing Commissioner Cushnie to participate in the vote. Commissioner Cushnie did not recuse himself, but was prevented from voting. At 324, Commissioner Andrian requested that conflict of interest dispute between Deputy AG Reese Nakamura and Commissioner Cushnie get sorted out before the next meeting. Chair Curtis requested, and Commissioner Andrian, what was the wording that you heard?
He was going to request a legal opinion from the AG.
Requested a legal opinion from the Attorney General.
From the AG's office, yeah. Are there any questions on the amendment to the motion?
I have a point of information.
All
Are
those-
these supposed to be posted ahead of time to the public?
Not our actions today. Our actions today will be a matter of record from today.
But the meeting minutes did not need to be posted? The actual ones that we're approving?
No, the draft, I'm sorry, this is Stella Cam from the AG's office. The draft minutes can be posted at any time, but some form of the minutes, either draft or permanent, needs to be posted on the agency's website within 40 days of the meeting.
Thank you. So I would call a motion on the amendment to the approval of the minutes. All in favor of the amendment, the changes to the anticipated minutes? All those in favor say aye.
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 I
Opposed? Motion carries.
I had a question before
Back
we
to
vote.
back to the approval of the minutes. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as amended.
So moved. This is Commissioner Andrian.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, Anita.
I had a question before minutes were approved. As you're reading the things that were amended on my copy, I don't see time elements on my copy of the where you're voting.
I can't understand you,
I-
Anita, your
I
connection.
think it's time.
I'm sorry, Anita, I cannot
Can't
understand.
hear me at all.
You're coming in very broken and now you're muted.
Anita, try to turn off your virtual background. It'll help with your bandwidth and your connection.
Turn off my virtual.
Yeah, your background.
How do I?
It's on your video.
I was reading the
While Anita's working on that, I
as
will
you were
ask
reading the
Commissioner Papalimu,
yes.
you had your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just forgot to put it down.
Okay. No comments? Okay. Anita, are you up with us again?
apparently you can't hear me, so I'm sorry. I started a new laptop.
I think in your video screen down below, you can turn your background off. Where it says stop video, there's a little caret mark. You can turn your background off. If that'll help. Yeah, Anita, Give a thumbs up if you had a question about the minutes.
Could you type your question in chat?
Anita, why don't you dial in from your phone? Then we can have your audio, but your video can stay on the Zoom on your computer. I'll text you the number.
What's going on, Anita? Going to call for a question on the approval of the minutes. Again, all those in favor of the approval of the minutes say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. The minutes are approved as amended. Public testimony. I think we have a bunch of public testimony. And Ned, could you orchestrate that, please?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner
Yes.
Andrew. I do actually have a couple motions to make to amend our agenda for today. I don't know if you want to entertain that now or after public testimony.
We're at public testimony and yeah, we're at public testimony. As we reach the items, you can talk about them. But we're not going to add anything. We cannot add anything substantial to the agenda. So
I don't
let's
think
go into public testimony. And Ned, could you coordinate that, please?
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial it. No es posible realizar la llamada.
We're at public testimony. Ned, could you start that, please? Ned? Save me.
Sorry, Chair, I had myself on mute.
Okay.
If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, press *9. When recognized, please unmute your microphone before speaking. You may also turn on your video at this time. For the record, please state your first and last name and the items you will be testifying on.
Welcome.
To ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Kareem Solomon.
Jamie
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jamie Detweiler, Hawaii Federation of Republican Women. I stand on my written testimony that I submitted, which primarily covers Agenda Item 8 with regards to the Electronic Registration Information Center, otherwise known as ERIC. However, today, I would like to spend the majority of my oral testimony time on Item 11, which is the evaluation of the Chief Election Officer. I strongly oppose the reappointment of the Chief Election Officer, Mr. Scott Nago. During the November 15, 2023 and April 10, 2023 Elections Commission's meetings, I submitted testimony regarding a salary increase and job performance for the Chief Election Officer. I don't think anybody here ever received a follow-up on that. This is a true accounting of how Mr. Nago's maladministration and failure to perform duties personally impacted me when I ran for a representative of the Hawaii House District 37. Number one, failure to perform audits in the 2022 primary and general elections in accordance with HRS 16-42. I recommended that the results of the audits be published for the public. And as of today, those numbers and data have not been published. Number 2, failure to respond to my written request to comply with HRS 16-42 received by the Office of Elections by certified U.S. mail on November 14, 2022, and in person, date stamped by the Office of Elections. Number 3, failure to respond to my written request for a hand count of House District 37 due to multiple discrepancies described in my May and November 2023 testimonies. Number 4, I also testified before the House Committee on Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs on HB 132 regarding elections. That committee is chaired by Mr. Representative Tarnas. Chair Tarnas called Mr. Nago back to the podium after all testimonies were received to answer a follow-up question as to why he and his office failed to respond to my written inquiry by certified mail. He replied that some of these requests are not valid and may result in legal action. As of today, I have not received a response. This is not acceptable. I'm a retired federal civilian who has served in supervisory and program management positions. If my performance evaluation showed failure to perform duties as required, I would have been admonished, suspended, and possibly terminated from my position. To this day, again, I have not received a response to my certified letter. I strongly advise you to vote no on the reappointment of Chief Election Officer, Mr. Scott Nago. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler.
Next testifier is Kareem Solomon, followed by Cecilia Ashton.
Ms. Solomon? Ms. Corrine Solomon? Corrine Solomon going once, going twice. Well, we may have to come back to her. Number 3.
Chair. Next testifier is Cecilia Ashton, followed by Rosemary Josh.
Ms. Ashton? Ms. Ashton? Cecilia Ashton. 1, 2, 3. We have to go back to her. Ms. Rosemary.
Rosemary Josh, followed by Scott Shedko.
Rosemary.
I'm unmuting. Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me? Unmuted?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner and Chair and Commissioners, for allowing us to give public testimony today. I will start off with the agenda item, Scott Nago's reappointment. And according to Hawaiian statutes, HRS, these may not be conducted in an executive session. It has to be a public forum. It's on your agenda for executive session, and I think that's a blatant violation. As far as Mr. Nago's performance goes, I am signature verification observer, one of the first, and in the objectives for the commission, it is to give credence to the quote eyes and ears of the observation process. I have reported numerous times some very alarming statistics here on Kauai. And although the commission calls us the eyes and ears, we are muted. We do not have any pathway for reporting or resolution. No response from our chief elections officer nor County Clerk Jade Tanagawa. I've made numerous attempts. As far as Scott Nago's performance, my law firm, Bavar and Jones, sent him not once but twice a demand letter to perform HRS 1642. And that was met by no response both times. That is, in my opinion, failure to perform his duties. And as far as reappointing, we're at the lowest participation in voter history, I believe, for Hawaii. Mail-in voting, per Harold Nelson, an ex-commissioner, discussions started in 2012. Voting is not a convenience, it's a civic duty. We're now limited to one voting center, which I believe constitutes voter suppression. I'm going to use the state of New Hampshire as a model. They have a population that is equal roughly to the population of the state of Hawaii. They vote in person, on paper, with immediate results tabulated.
Wrap it up, please.
I'll cede the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Next testifier is Scott Shedko, followed by Jennifer.
Mr. Shedko.
Aloha, Chair and Commission members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Scott Shedko, I do appreciate your attention to details at the beginning of the meeting. Agenda item 9B, the performance of the Chief Election Officer. First, Hawaii Supreme Court document SC-EC-22-00000703. This is a case regarding a complaint referred to already, made that our Chief Election Officer did not conduct a proper audit according to Hawaii state election laws, specifically provisions in HRS section 1642. On page 4, it reads, our review is strictly limited to the allegations of the complaint, which we view in the light, I like that phrase, in the light, most favorable to the plaintiff and deemed to be true. Those are the most important words in the document, for my testimony at least, signed by the justices of the Supreme Court of Hawaii. Unfortunately, they did not follow through beyond that, saying that the complaint fails to allege any specific facts, that the audit procedures requested would change the outcome of the election, page 5, and judgment is entered granting the motion to dismiss, page 6. This is unfortunate because the audit procedures are designed for, and the only hope for, finding those specific facts. And just as importantly, these are not just audit procedures requested, these are audit procedures required by law. There should be only 2 people in the state of Hawaii happy about the dismissal of the case, the defendant and his lawyer. The other 1,440,194 of us should be concerned that the court concluded that the allegations in the complaint are true. And according to Hawaii revised statutes, section 19-3, paragraph 8, I quote, every public officer by law required to do or perform any act with reference to any of the provisions in any law concerning elections who willfully fails, neglects, or refuses to perform the same shall be deemed guilty of an election fraud. I have a question. Why is this public officer still running our elections?
15 years.
Thank you, Mr. Shedko.
Thank you.
Next testifier is Jennifer, followed by Tom Stanton.
Jennifer?
Hi, this is Jennifer Cabuan.
We hear you. Now you're muted.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. Okay, I'm Jennifer Cabuan, and I would just like to testify on the agenda regarding Scott Nago. I believe that we should have a public hearing. His raise that was approved, it was done in executive committee, and I think we need a public hearing upon his performance. Scott Nago was responsible for the elections. The voter rolls are out of control. There are many on there that are not supposed to be on there, and I don't know why they can't clean it up. I also put in a request for my father because he voted. He showed that he voted by mail, and at that time he was actually he had a hemorrhagic stroke, so he wasn't able to vote. So I requested to the office of checking the signature on the envelope so that I could see how he voted, if it was really him or if it was like voter fraud, and they could not give me a resolution for that. There's a lot of discrepancies on how the chain of custody is for this all mail-in voting, and I don't think Scott Nago really managed it well, and I think we need to have a hearing on his continuation of his position. That's it.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Next testifier, Tom Stanton, followed by Sadia Pitt.
Aloha. Thank you for the opportunity. Tom Stanton, Kauai Election Integrity. I'm testifying on 9B. I would like this body to seriously reconsider the reappointment of Scott Nago as the Chief Election Officer. The reason I say that is because Hawaii needs a Chief Election Officer that's going to fight for election transparency and also accountability. And in my opinion and personal experience, Scott Nago has not done that. And I say that specifically because in the 2022 election, when citizens and citizen groups and the Kauai Republican Party and the Hawaii Republican Party beseeched, and even our Kauai Council beseeched Scott Nago to do the HRS 1642 audits correctly, instead of working with us, instead of putting procedures in place that would help facilitate that, he chose to introduce legislation, HB 132, that would have effectively eliminated the requirement for that audit. And when those same groups fought back to shut down that legislation, he then this year has introduced SB 2333, which passed, which says that the ballot images are the same as the actual physical ballot, the actual voter verifiable paper audit trail. And we all know that they're not the same because I've submitted evidence that the ballot images can be corrupted. And so if this goes forward, again, for another election, Hawaii citizens will not have any confidence or assurity that the machine votes will be accurate. And that's not what we need. We actually need a chief election officer that's going to work with the different communities. If there's a concern like ballot chain of custody, like we've had on Kauai, to help us with it, not just stonewall it and kick the can down the way. So I would like this body to truly review what Scott Nago's performance has been and really the seriousness in trying to introduce legislation that is making our elections less transparent and less accountable. So with that, I will yield. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton.
Next testifier is Stadia Pitts, followed by Terry Murakami.
Stadia Pitts. Stadia Pitts, going once, going twice. Stadia Pitts. Next.
Next testifier, Terry Murakami, followed by Kathy Fine.
Mr. Murakami? Or Terry Murakami? Terry Murakami. Going once. Murakami twice. Murakami 3 times. On to number 10.
Next testifier, Kathy Fine, followed by Kamakani De Deli.
Kathy Tyne. Kathy. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Next.
Kamakana De Deli, followed by Sharon Van Dusen.
Kamakani. Kamakani going once. Kamakani going twice. Kamakani going thrice. Number 12.
Sharon Van Dusen, followed by Jade Brown.
Sharon Van Dusen. Sharon. Going once. Twice. Sharon is anywhere? Okay, next.
Jade Brown, followed by Lori Searcy.
Jade Brown. Jade Brown. Going once. Twice. 3 times. Next.
Lori Searcy, followed by Martin Choi.
Lori. Lori going once. Lori going twice. Lori Searcy. Going 3 times. Next.
Martin Choi, followed by Doug Pasnick.
Mr. Choi. Martin Choi going once. Twice. 3 times. Next.
Doug Pasnick, followed by Lori Bell.
Doug Pasnick. Doug Pasnick.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, thank you. This testimony is being presented in addition to the information included in your supplemental meeting packet relating to the inefficiency of our vote by mail elections and as presented during the January EC and relative to your item 9B on your agenda. Commissioners, as you know, Mr. Nago has been with the Office of Elections for more than 20 years and has been the Chief Election Officer since February of 2010. Today's meeting marks the end of his 4th four-year term in this position. Mr. Nago has stated that the Office of Elections goals are to conduct honest and efficient elections, encourage participation in the electoral process, protect voter rights, and promote elections. Commissioners, as you ponder his reappointment, I ask you to reflect on the following facts. Following the 2022 election, there were more than 20 court cases filed by the people in the Hawaii Supreme Court and U.S. Federal Court questioning the administration of statutory laws that govern Hawaii elections. How are elections deemed honest when none of these complaints were ever investigated by the Elections Commission and none of these cases were ever heard during a public hearing, nor were they adjudicated based on their merits? Did you know that the inauguration of the governor and lieutenant governor of Hawaii occurred before the 2022 election was certified, and that the election was never certified in accordance with statutes. How are elections deemed to be efficient when the past two vote by mail elections were 30% more expensive than the chief election officer's budget? Over the past 16 years, Hawaii voter participation has been on a steady decline and has reached its lowest level of 48.7%. Hawaii once boasted voter participation of more than 82%, but now more than half of Hawaii's eligible voters do not participate in Hawaii's elections. Mr. Curtis, why is there no public hearing being held to discuss performance before going into executive session to discuss Mr. Naga's reappointment and as required per EC duties of HRS 11.756? When is the Elections Commission, who has the power to hire, fire, or reappoint the Chief Elections Officer, going to hold the Chief Elections Officer accountable for performance and conducting elections in accordance with the legal statutory requirements? When is the Commission going to act like the boss instead of letting the Chief Elections Officer dictate the conduct of elections that are being actively questioned and challenged by the people? Last, and as per my testimony during the January meeting, I again respectfully request that the Elections Commission investigate how the Office of Elections Implementation of vote by mail has met their mission and demonstrated efficiency, encouraged participation, or promoted participation in Hawaii's elections. If a commissioner would please motion for an investigation into this matter, would be greatly appreciated by the people. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Pasnick.
Next testifier is Lori Bell, followed by James Purtle.
Ms. Lori Bell. Ms. Lori Bell. Going once. Lori Bell going twice. 3 times. Lori. Next.
James Purtle, followed by Jessica Cayazo.
Mr. Purtle. James Purtle. James Purtle. Going once, 2, 3 times. Next.
Jessica Cayazo, followed by Janice Upshaw.
Jessica, had you, I think Jessica is the prior, or Jennifer? Jessica Cayazo. Jessica Priya going once, twice, 3 times. Next.
Janice Upshaw, followed by Mary Beth Kekumu.
Janice Upshaw. Janice Upshaw. For the 3rd time, Janice Upshaw. Next.
Mary Beth Kekumu, followed by Troy Strickland.
Ms. Kekumu. Ms. Mary Beth Kekumu. Going once. Going twice. Mary Beth Kekumu. Next.
Troy Strickland, followed by Adriel Lamb.
Mr. Strickland? Somebody trying to get on? Mr. Strickland, Troy Strickland. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Troy Strickland. Next.
Adriel Lamb, followed by Andy Crossland.
Mr. Lamb.
Hello, Chair.
Aloha.
It's Adriel Lamb. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I want to thank the Chief Elections Officer for providing the report on agenda item, I believe it's agenda item 4 on his election metrics. I just want to add to the report that gave a lot of data on ballots mailed in, but not a summary. So if I can just compile the numbers for you. In 2022 general election, we mailed out 732,503 ballots. And primary mailed out 740,793 ballots. In the 2020 general election, we mailed out 753,516 ballots. In 2020 primary, mailed out 710,422 ballots. Now, if you know the numbers that actually voted in the elections, that means there were, for the 2022 general, we had 313,140 ballots that went out and never came back. 400,634 in the primary, 173,732 in the 2020 general, and 300,232 ballots in the 2020 primary. These are accountable items, critical infrastructure, as they keep telling us. But where are these ballots and why are they not being tracked? I also want to further provide testimony on agenda item 8. You'll be discussing ERIC. My comment is there's a lot of legislation that went before legislature this year, and which of those came before Election Commission discuss and to have a full vetting of the impact on our elections. I've talked to the Chief Election Officer. There's only 2 pieces of legislation that came from his office. Where are the rest of these coming from, and why has the Election Commission not reviewed these to ensure that we can have trust in our elections? A lot of these elections are eroding the public trust in elections. And if they continue to pass through these, we do not have elections anymore. We have nothing that's accountable to the public. So I asked the Election Commission to look into these things, also for the documentation of our elections. I had an associate who paid a princely sum for 1,200 pages, and 70% is blank and unused forms, especially about chain of custody. Can you please look into chain of custody and how our ballots are being accounted for? Thank you for the time to testify. Aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Andy Crossman, followed by Carl Dick.
Mr. Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman.
Good afternoon, Commission.
Please.
My name is.
How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Crossland, and I am testifying today on item 11 of the agenda related to the evaluation and voting on the reappointment of the Chief Election Officer. First off, the agenda for this meeting states in item 9 that the Commission anticipates going into executive session to discuss and evaluate the performance of and the reappointment of the Chief Election Officer. Following that, agenda 11 states that the Commission intends only to give a summary of the criteria and key points in the evaluation of the Chief Election Officer before voting on the reappointment of the Chief Election Officer. It is my understanding that Hawaii Revised Statute Section 11-7.5 subsection 6 states, and I quote, "The duties of the Election Commission are to hold a public hearing on the performance of the Chief Election Officer and to consider the information gathered at the hearing in deliberations on the Chief Election Officer's reappointment." Based on these facts, the agenda for this meeting appears to be in direct violation of Hawaii law pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute Section 11-7.5 subsection 6. Therefore, I strongly urge the Commission defer all agenda items, including the executive session, regarding the discussion and evaluation of the performance of the reappointment of the Chief Election Officer until a public hearing is held in accordance with Hawaii law and with proper advance notice to the public to provide testimony. Proceeding with the agenda as currently written will result in the immediate filing of a complaint with the State Ethics Commission. Now, that being said, Hawaii Revised Statutes Section 11-2 states that it is the Chief Election Officer's duty, and I quote, "to supervise all state elections. The Chief Election Officer may delegate responsibilities in state elections within a county to the clerk of that county or to other specified persons." The word supervise used here means that it is Scott Nago's responsibility to oversee and direct all state elections, and further, by stating that he may delegate to the counties, this means that he is not required to. So it is clear that Scott Nago is ultimately responsible for the administration of our elections process since his appointment as a Chief Elections Officer in 2010, nearly 15 years ago. More importantly, the maladministration of the 2020 and 2022 mail-in elections are solely his responsibility. Scott Nago likes to deflect responsibility to the counties. However, the Hawaii revised statutes are clear that Scott Nago is ultimately responsible for supervising, which means overseeing and directing the actions of any delegated tasks to the counties or others. I don't have time to go into the numerous details of the issues that we've had with our elections over the past few years, but in summary, during Scott Nago's time as the chief election officer for the state of Hawaii, his maladministration has destroyed election security, voter confidence, and transparency, which has resulted in the lowest voter turnout in Hawaii history for the 2022 election, as shown in the background right here behind me. One last point. If the commission chooses to move forward with the agenda as written, which is in violation of Hawaii law, I would like to strongly urge the commission to vote no on the reappointment of Scott Nago as chief election officer. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Crossland.
Next testifier is Carl Dix, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Afternoon, Carl. Unmute.
Aloha, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'll be brief here, echoing the sentiments previously heard. I've been, since 2020, when I started to get involved in the elections here in Hawaii, I've been involved in nearly 30 court cases involving our elections and the violations of law. Since 2020, the Office of Elections has straight up violated nearly 50 state laws in regards to our elections and our election process. And I've exhausted every avenue of civil action and civil remedy and civil complaints. And it's time for Scott Nago to be criminally prosecuted for the crimes against the people of the state of Hawaii and the violations of law that he is allowed to be committed under his watch as the chief election officer. I've spent the last nearly 4 years battling for fair and clean elections in Hawaii, and it's not happening. And he's the courts collude with and protect him. The Attorney General protects him, protects his office. It's complete, straight up fraud. Every bit of it is in violation of Hawaii state law. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Dix.
Next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Mary Healy.
Anne Marie. You're muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Anne Marie Hamilton. I'm from Kauai County. After the startling results of the last election, and I'm testifying on Mr. Nago's performance as well as chain of custody. After the startling results of the last election commission meeting and no action on our complaints, I looked up the job of election commissioners. The second duty is to, quote, investigate and hold hearings for receiving evidence of any violations and complaints. This body is holding hearings and hearing the public's concerns about election integrity, but in my opinion, they are a sham because you're not investigating the evidence presented by the public in these meetings. Case in point, at the last meeting, I presented, excuse me, 2 actual written emails from an election administrator to a concerned Kauai citizen admitting that not only was this election administrator not following the proper chain of custody law, but the Hawaii election administrator apparently didn't even know that there is a law called chain of custody. I presented this evidence at last month's meetings by reciting the email evidence verbatim. Afterwards, I was told this body voted in executive session to not investigate the chain of custody fraud I presented. It's truly insulting for citizens to raise concerns month after month with no action from this body. And I, for one, am tired of this body making a sham of our elections and our vote due to their lack of investigations. Therefore, since the Election Commission body and the Election Commissioner of Hawaii, Scott Nago, are clearly in violation of their oath to investigate public concerns presented to them, they are not doing their job they were appointed to do. So I demand that Hawaii Election Commissioner Nago and everyone on this committee that voted not to investigate the evidence of fraud presented at the last meeting resign immediately. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Next
Chair,
testifier is Mary Healy, followed by Gary Cordery.
Sorry, Chair, I just wanted to see if I can respond to the testimony. Is that okay?
Not until the end of all testimony, please.
And of all testimonies. All right.
And then we'll allow the Scott Nago as well as the county clerks to respond as they feel appropriate. Next speaker.
Mary Healy, followed by Gary Cordery.
Hello, and thank you for hearing my testimony today regarding this very important matter. I'm giving testimony against item 8 relating to the ERIC voting system, and also against item 11, which is the reappointment of Chief Election Officer Scott Nago. Public hearings matter, and this should be deferred, as my fellow resident Andy Crossland testified earlier. The lowest voter turnout in Hawaii state history falls squarely on the shoulders of Scott Nago. In fact, calling him the chief election officer, I'd rather call him the chief interference officer. Elections are sacred to our republic. If we don't have integrity and confidence in our elections, then we are not living in a free state. I gave testimony against HB 132 in March of 2023, which looked to change our audit process, because I became very concerned when I noticed that Scott Nago violated HRS 16-42, which entailed using ballot images in lieu of paper ballots for the 2022 audits. Hawaii has experienced an exodus of 36,789 residents, and this is a direct result of our election processes in the islands. This cannot go on any longer. We as a state can't allow officials to take control and completely violate our rights as citizens. At the end of the day, the buck stops with you, and there are 4 very important points of liberty, 4 boxes of liberty, and those lie in the ballot, the jury, the cartridge, and the soap. And at the end of the day, we are paying attention. We are not ignorant to the problems that our state faces, and you aren't as a committee either. So I thank you for listening to my testimony. I thank you for listening to your fellow residents' testimony, and I yield the rest of my time. Aloha.
Thank you, Mary.
Next testifier is Gary Cordery.
Aloha, Chair.
Aloha.
Fellow commission officers, I appreciate this moment to share with you and affirm the testimony of Mr. Crossland, Ms. Detweiler, and Mr. Pasnick. Their data is accurate and true. And I would like to start and would testify on items 9A and B. The re-election or the reaffirmation of Scott Nago as director. He has overseen the downfall and the reduction of people who have voted in Hawaii consistently year over year. His declaration to bring in mail-in ballots was going to save money and increase participation. It has done neither. He has been a part of numerous lawsuits having to be defended by the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General about his behavior as chief officer. And I would say that during this process, the idea that let me back up. I know that you folks are volunteers, but you have such a sober and important role in our community and our society. You must exercise sober judgment and speak the truth about what's really going on. And you must have these in the public forum. Public means public. It does not mean behind closed doors, behind closed session. Your responsibility to the citizens that you represent, which I am one of them, is to make sure that the elections in this state are true, accurate, and fair. They are none of the 3. Specifically, the audit issue. Mr. Nago has said, well, we can use the data from the mail-in ballots to extrapolate what is accurate. And yet that same data determines which precinct will be audited. There is no random audit. This must be changed. The idea that we have paper ballots to elect officials must go back to a paper ballot, 1 person, 1 vote with an ID. This is more effective. It is faster. It is less it costs less money, and the people will trust it. As mentioned, many people have said the voter turnout goes down, down, down. That represents Mr. Nago's ability to run the election office. He must not be allowed to continue as a state election officer. And I would assert that this conversation, as Mr. Crossland stated so clearly, that your evaluation of him is in the public square. It is not behind closed doors. This behind closed doors way of relating is exactly what's wrong with our state and all the political aspects of it. You must exercise enough self-government and humility toward the Constitution and in service to the people. This conversation must be public, and the public must know which of you are willing to actually listen to the facts, use your wisdom, and deny Scott Nago another term. I thank you for the time. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Cordero.
Next testifier is Brett Culpus.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon, sir.
Members of the committee. I just have a comment on this, the appointment or whatever this is considered of Scott Nago. I find it very convenient that his term of office is coming up, right on the heels of an election, which basically was going to tie this commission's hands, because now if you do decide not to extend Scott Nago, who's going to run the Office of Elections? I just find it very interesting that it was brought up here, since according to the HRS statute 11-1.6, that his term, the term of the elections officer begins February 1st after he is appointed. So if February 1st, 2024 is when he should have been determined by, where you guys are way behind the curve. This should have happened in last year, so that should the commission decide not to reappoint Mr. Nago, you would have had time to find somebody else to fill that position. So that's my comments. I find it's very suspect that you're doing this now, right on the heels, less than 170 days to the primary election. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Kobus.
Next testifier is Boyd Reddy.
Mr. Reddy?
Thank you for accepting my testimony. A lot has been said already, so I won't belabor those points. I think we need to realize that we elect representatives, and then those representatives elect leaders within their organization. And then those leaders appoint this commission. So you guys are at 3 steps removed from democracy. Then when you walk into executive session to consider the behavior and function of the most important public officer in our elections, who has a great deal of power and discretions, actually sets most of the rules. And to do that in a secret session, it does not follow the spirit and I don't even think the letter of the rule. You go into executive session when there's personal information that would be harmful to the privacy of the individual. This is a public officer, and every aspect of his performance is public. It has nothing to do with his, off-work behavior. It has to do with his public performance. So it should be considered in public. And that's my keen point. Also, watch out for what they call regulatory capture. I haven't watched this commission's activities very long, but it does seem that the people that you're overseeing are having an inordinate influence on how you operate, what you do, how often you do things, and your staff support is by the same organization you're overseeing. And then you're getting these attorney general people coming in and just giving unsolicited advice, and without the body choosing and voting how they're going to be represented. So I think there's a lot more independence and authority in this group than is being exercised. And I think it needs to be entirely public. And that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy.
Chair, there are no more testifiers.
Are there any testifiers that were on the list that have since joined us that didn't have an opportunity to talk?
Chair, we have Moana Ludi, County of Maui.
Ms. Ludi.
Hi, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I just wanted to jump on and share some thoughts. You know, my deputy and I are new to this office, the clerk's office on Maui. So this will be our first round of elections. And what I'll say about Scott and his team is that they've been incredibly supportive in assisting us in planning out for our elections this year. We've done trainings on Oahu with them. They're coming here to do trainings for us here. And these are statewide trainings. So all of the clerks and some of their staff participate in these trainings. So my thought is, if today the decision is made to not reappoint Scott, who's going to take that role? That's the biggest concern I have. This is a presidential election. He's a key player in all of this. He is experienced. And so I would strongly recommend that this commission consider retaining him for the reasons that I've stated. If you want to reevaluate him in a year or something, then go ahead and do that. But this is not the time to remove him.
Thank you, Ms. Ludi.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no more testifiers.
Thank you. Let's see.
Chair, are you going to allow us to respond to testimony?
Yes, I was going to ask Dylan, would you care to reply, please?
Yeah, I just want to mahalo everyone for giving their testimony. And I wrote down a couple I wanted to specifically address from Miss Anne Marie. Thank you for your testimony. And I would encourage you to go rewatch the ending of that meeting. The vote for investigating on custody of chain of ballots was taken up in open session. And amongst the affirmative were myself and Commissioner Papalimu. And although he was forced to recuse himself, Commissioner Kushney as well. You know, we just need to keep at this, guys, together. And I think I'm trying to encourage our commissioners to take formal action through investigations. That's one of our duties and responsibilities, as you so eloquently pointed out. And then for the testifier from Maui in the clerk's office, for the removal or the reappointment of Scott Nago, as Brett Colbus shared, that actually wouldn't take place until February 1st of next year, which is why Mr. Colbus was saying we're kind of behind the curve here, if you will. And I appreciate you sharing that you're new to your position and new to this process. I will advocate for the testifiers on the call today who have been on this journey since before 2020, observed Scott Nago's performance, and I look forward to evaluating his performance today. I believe, Chair, we discussed in last meeting that it was not going to take place in executive session. And after hearing everyone's, of course, support for it to be in open hearing, a public hearing, as 11-7 dictates, the motion to amend the agenda to move that into regular session. That's it for me.
Thank you. It is a personnel matter, and I would ask Attorney General Rep. Stella Cam to comment on the propriety of going into executive session regarding personnel matters.
Okay. If you take a look at HRS 11-7.5 paren 6, it requires the public hearing on the performance and to consider the information gathered at the hearing. But then it doesn't require public deliberations on the chief election officer's reappointment. Now, under the executive session statute in the Sunshine Law, it does say that the evaluation, when a board evaluates an officer, a public officer, that it can be done in executive session, but that the person who is being evaluated can agree to make that public. If they don't, then it remains an executive session. So the two statutes can be read in harmony, and I don't believe that Mr. Nago has agreed to his evaluation in open session. So for that reason, it will remain an executive session, at least as far as the deliberations. And then the commission will come back out and do the vote. And I believe the chair will also give the key points as to the deliberations.
And the prior testimony is evidence of testimony for and against the chief elections officer. Going to move on to communications and correspondence. There are 4 pieces from Ralph Kushner.
I'm so sorry. I had my hand up and we're not recognized.
I'm sorry. Would you care to comment on the past testimonies?
That's okay. It is in regards to the testimonies that were given. I've heard now 1, 2, 3 months. This is my 3rd month of hearing testimonies, and thank you all so much. I agree. I'm new to this as a commissioner, and I have read what my job description is, and I wholeheartedly believe that there are things that we should be doing. My question is to Ms. Cam. Ms. Cam, it states that it can be an executive session. Does it state that it must be an executive session?
When you look at the entire section that covers the executive session provision in 92.5, it does state that if the person being evaluated wants to have it in public session, that you can have it in public session. Now, sorry, I'm not finished. So under rules of statutory construction, every word in a statute must be read. And if you ignore that provision, then it makes a mockery. It was put in there for a purpose, and it was to allow boards to go into executive session to discuss things like an evaluation. So the person is allowed to take it out into public session if they choose to do so.
So could you give me that statute again, please?
Sure.
So,
92, hang on. HRS 92-5 subsection A2.
Is there a way somebody could email that to me while we're in the meeting?
Ms. Cam, I have a question for you. It refers to personnel. Scott Nago is the CEO. Is that the same?
Yes.
Yes.
Cynthia Takinaka, you had your hand up? You're still muted, Cynthia. But I see your hand.
She answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Moving on to correspondence and
Sorry, I'll raise my hand like this.
Wait, now we're on to communications and correspondence. Mr. Kushner, you had 4 communications. Would you care to comment on those?
Yes, I've been trying to get answers out of the Office of Elections, and I keep on getting stonewalled. And I believe the public has the same experience. When we ask questions, just readily available questions like, does the Office of Elections request chain of custody or require chain of custody? I don't get a straight answer. They either do or they don't. And there's laws regarding chain of custody, HAR 3177453 and HAR 317761 that are on the books. And my simple ask is to have the Office of Elections reply to the correspondence from the public, but we'll take them one at a time, and I'm gonna move in small steps. So on my written correspondence on chain of custody, I move that the Elections Commission formally ask the counties to provide documentation showing compliance with HAR 3-177453, which is accountability and security of ballots, and HAR 317761, security of ballots and election supplies, and that they reply 7 days before the next scheduled meeting. Do I have a second?
Second for the motion. This is Commissioner Andrian.
So the motion was to ask for a response from the clerks within 7 days of the next meeting.
If they're complying with those laws.
We have the Maui clerk, the Big Island clerk opted out because he's in a meeting. Do we have the Honolulu clerk and the Kauai clerk on the call? We've asked them to be present. They might be able to address it right now.
Well, without Hawaii County there, then we wouldn't be getting an answer back from all of them.
Yeah, that's right.
So we should send those letters out and ask for.
Is there a discussion on the motion? The motion was to request the chain of custody evidence from the county clerks within 7 days of the next meeting.
Yes, I'd like to start.
Okay,
I made the motion. Okay, I have personally asked the County of Kauai these questions, and I have submitted email documentation that they do not keep chain of custody documentation, and they are not required to do so. I notified them that there was an item on the website that said they kept chain of custody, and then I found the law, which is HAR 3-177453, that requires them to keep chain of custody from the moment they receive any envelopes at a drop box or at a mailbox, and to have tracking of those issues. And they said that they do not do it and they're not required to do it. And there is a statute already created, administrative rule, and I believe the other counties don't do it. So we need to formally ask them and find out if this is happening or not.
That's the motion. Any other discussion?
Chair, this is Commissioner Andrian. I'm in support of the motion only because this was actually already discussed at last meeting. I have the video of it as well, but we discussed this already. And Chair, you did say that you were going to ask for the county clerks to come with this information to this meeting today. So I don't know if that's already been done. That's why I was going to motion to amend the agenda to include chain of custody under election metrics today. And so if that's not already going to be discussed, I want to make a formal motion, whatever it takes, so that this information get to us. But otherwise, I was assuming the county clerks were going to report on all of that today in our discussion on election metrics.
I had asked their attendance. Is there any other discussion on this motion? I would ask all those in favor say aye.
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 Commissioners, all opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Kushner, you're up to number 2.
Okay, I submitted a formal complaint on the Office of Elections. They sent a report in on elections by mail in October. The report never went on the agenda, and I wrote a formal complaint because there's many items in that report that need to be addressed. I move that the Elections Commission direct the Office of Elections to answer the formal complaint in writing by 7 days prior to the March meeting and postpone the consideration of this matter to the March meeting.
And postpone the consideration of what matter?
Of this matter until the March meeting.
What
So
is
I
this?
would like the Office of Elections to reply to my complaint before we consider it.
And the complaint, what's the substance of the complaint?
The complaint is replying to the elections by mail report that the Office of Elections wrote on October 26th, I believe.
Okay, the October 26th elections report. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Paulino seconded. Discussion.
What's the motion?
Want me to read it?
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Ralph.
I move that the Elections Commission direct the Office of Elections to answer the formal complaint in writing by 7 days prior to the March meeting and postpone the consideration of this matter to the March meeting.
That's the October report of the elections that you were talking about.
Yeah, they need to respond to my complaint in writing.
Sorry, and what was your complaint? Sorry if I missed that earlier.
The Office of Elections wrote a report on elections by mail, and it never was put on the agenda for the public to comment on. I wrote an official complaint because you have to respond within 90 days to any action that happens. So because this was not on the agenda within 90 days, I wrote an official complaint to the Elections Commission. And I would like the Office of Elections to reply to the issues that I have brought up. And then after they reply to it, and we've had 7 days to read their reply, then we will take it up in that matter in the March meeting.
So it's the elections by mail report that Commissioner Kushner challenged. Is there any more discussion on this request for reply to Commissioner Kushner's complaint on the elections by mail?
Mr. Chair, it's Cynthia Takinaka.
Yes.
Okay, let me get, so because the county clerks aren't here, are we talking about that report that came in from them?
Not the recent one,
Not
the one from last year on the report on election by mail. And I think that was an October report put out by the Office of Elections. Yes.
And
So,
it never-
Commissioner Takinaka, I just dropped in the chat a link to Ralph's actual formal complaint. So you can read through that. And he's just asking that this not get discussed today. And instead, the Office of Election respond in writing 7 days before our next meeting. That's all he's requesting for us to do.
That's the substance of this motion.
And I support it. I think it's really smart if we as the commission start to ask the Office of Elections to respond to things in writing, then it's available for us to look back at. There's, writing is good.
Is there any more discussion? All commissioners in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cynthia, you need to unmute. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Ralph, your next point.
Okay, I had correspondence to Reese Nakamura after the last meeting. And I'm just going to cut it short. I move that the Elections Commission request a deputy attorney that is not conflicted to represent the Elections Commission.
And I think you've accomplished that. We have Stella Cam.
Yes, Chair. Could you introduce Stella, or does she have a moment to?
Stella, introduce yourself, please. And let me see your face.
No.
Okay,
No
okay.
requirement for
Isn't that required? No. Okay.
No. It's only the commissioners that have to be on camera at all times.
Okay.
I'm a longtime attorney with the Department of the Attorney General, more than 2 decades. Actually, I've been with the state for more than 30 years. And my specialties are procurement and the Uniform Information Practices Act, as well as the Sunshine Law.
And that was the expertise that I asked her about initially, is that there are some things that were like Mr. Kushner's letters weren't submitted to all the commissioners, saying that the Sunshine Law prevents 3 or more commissioners from colluding. And that's not exactly what it says. It says you can't collude, But you have to report. If 3 or more commissioners talk about something related to the commission, they have to report it and disclose it in the context and report back to the commission and the public what that meeting was. So
Actually, Mike, I'm sorry. That's
Maybe-
not entirely correct.
Okay. So I asked-
Okay, that's fine. Commissioners should not be discussing commission business with each other. That's just a given. That's a Sunshine Law tenet. Any discussion about commission matters should be held pursuant to an agenda, a properly noticed agenda, and at an open session meeting unless the topic is specifically reserved for executive session. Commissioner Andrian, you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a part of our police commission, our fire commission, and several others. And the counsel I was always given was like one-on-one conversation is okay. But the moment you have 3 together, that's when it becomes an issue. So I just want to make sure like what is correct and I'm following the law here.
Okay. You know, the law does not prohibit 2 commissioners from talking about commission matters. But the fact of the matter is that the Sunshine Law is all about openness. The purpose for prohibition on more than 2 commissioners talking about commission matters is because the idea is that commission matters really should be discussed in open session, again, unless it has been a topic reserved for executive session. Now, there are situations under the Sunshine Law where more than 2 can talk about something that the commission has delegated to them. And that would be when the commission has determined that it doesn't have the time or bandwidth to investigate a specific matter. And so then the chair would create a permitted interaction group of 3 commissioners, but less than a quorum. And that group could go and investigate something and then come back and make a recommendation to the full commission. So that's the only situation in which it is allowed. But, you know, again, you know, with the idea of sunshine and openness, I would not encourage people to have discussions. But I do understand that it happens. It's not prohibited by the Sunshine Law. I'll make that clarification.
Commissioner Papalimo, you have your hand up?
She just answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome to the gang. So you have not represented the Office of Elections.
No, I have no connection with it.
Welcome to the gang.
Thank you.
So Chair, I have a follow-up question for Stella Kim.
Certainly.
So Stella, you are saying that 3 or more other than a special group being formed is prohibited, correct?
Correct.
Outside of a meeting.
Correct.
So can we go back to the last meeting, Chair, and what was the conflict with Reese? And how come Stella doesn't have the same conflict?
I'll take this under the table and you can discuss that with Stella direct. Reese Nakamura represented the Office of Elections and the Elections Commission in a suit that was filed by Ralph Quishney prior to this.
Okay.
Prior adjudicated. So Ralph argued conflict of interest with Reese Nakamura representing the commission as well as representing the Office of Elections. So to avoid any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict, Stella Kam is now our advisor. She doesn't represent us. She advises us from the Attorney General's office on our behavior.
Chair Curtis, what is the rule about talking to the Deputy Attorney General outside of the public meeting?
I don't know of any rule.
There is none. We act as the attorneys, so you're able to speak with us.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor.
So, no, I'm not finished. So let me follow this through.
Please.
So on another commission, for example, let's take, I don't know, let's say campaign spending, whatever. I mean, take another commission. So they have an attorney assigned by the AG's office. So you mean to say that another commission, that same attorney cannot represent the commission and cannot represent that particular office? Catch what I'm saying? So
Yes,
that's why Reese is going to be representing, what is he representing? The Office of Elections, and Stella is with the commission?
That's correct. That's correct. In some situations, boards, staff, as well as the board, do not have conflicts. And so for those situations, one deputy AG can represent both. But where there is an appearance of any conflict, or I guess, and this is something for the Attorney General to decide too. There have been situations where separate deputy AGs have been assigned, one to represent the staff and one to represent the board. And that's the situation for the employees' retirement system. And that's a routine separation of assignments there.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Cynthia, are you satisfied? Take your hand down, please. Are there any other comments? Ralph, you said you had a motion on the floor. I don't think you do.
I move that the Elections Commission request a deputy attorney that is not conflicted to represent the Elections Commission. So it should be an easy yes.
I think it's already a yes.
Okay, so can we just do formally and then we'll be done?
Well, it's already been done, and so the motion is not necessary.
Yeah, moot.
The motion becomes moot because that has already been accomplished.
Okay, moving on.
Thank you. Let's see, where are we at? Election metrics, voting metrics related to the 2020.
There's one more item on my communication, please.
I thought that was your number 4. What was your number 4?
The number 4 is the
rules of the Election Commission.
The rules of the Elections Commission. The long and the short of it, people are submitting questions to the Elections Commissions, which need to be answered by the Office of Elections. And so I move that the Elections Commission direct the Office of Elections to respond in writing to all written inquiries within 15 business days of receipt, and that the inquiries and responses be posted on the Office of Elections website by that same deadline.
Is there a second?
Second, this is Commissioner Andrion.
Like that.
Mike,
really
this is Stella. This is Stella. I have a little bit of concern here. I
Me
don't
too.
have an extensive background in elections, but I do know that if there is staff, then the elections office directs, or I mean, the elections office is separate from the commission. And so I don't know that the commission has within its powers to be able to direct the elections office to answer every inquiry that comes to the elections office.
Yeah, we don't manage their operation.
Yeah, in other words, yeah, exactly. So, I just want to point out my reservations about that issue, and that I don't really know at this time. I'm sorry. I just don't know enough about elections.
So then if we, instead of directing the Office of Elections to answer, should we be directing ourselves to respond to these questions after getting the answer?
Can you look up HAR
Questions and correspondence to the commission are addressed at a commission meeting as appropriate. Incidental notes to the Office of Elections are beyond our purview. Their operation is for us to advise, perhaps, but we're not operational control.
We need to read the rules, please.
Please read the rules.
I'm trying to pull it up. Sorry. So it's HAR 3-17045, 4 and 5.
HRS 31704-4 and 5.
3170-4 and 3-1705.
What do they say, Ralph?
All requests to inspect government records or for copies of government records maintained by the Elections Commission shall be directed to the Elections Commission in writing or in person. Copying and inspection of government records maintained by the Elections Commission and the related fees and costs are governed by 92F. So this is what people are having a problem getting this information. And I'm just saying, if they could get a timely response, if they need more time, then the Office of Elections says, I can't grant your request in 15 days, but we are working on it and we'll have it at this date. So that's 1704. And I'll pull up 1705. Give me a second.
This is Stella. Can I comment on that? A request under 92F HRS is under the Uniform Information Practices Act. That chapter governs access to government records. So to the extent that you make such a request for government records, then any government agency is required to respond within the parameters of Chapter 92F. Now, I'm not sure whether you're asking for records or for information. There is no statute or HRS chapter that requires agencies to respond to general questions for information. We do get that a lot with a lot of different agencies. I think the public tends to confuse Chapter 92F as being like an information booth chapter, which would require agencies to answer just general questions from the public. 92F does not do so. It's limited to the existing records maintained by that government agency. So I'd just like to clarify that.
Okay, can I read 3-170-5? Any person may obtain information available for public dissemination concerning the activities of Elections Commission during established business hours. Any person may file in the Office of Elections Commission's requests, objections, or views on any matter before the Elections Commission.
Again, that sentence that you first read, that implies that that is information that the agency maintains as a government record.
That's like agenda and minutes.
Correct.
I'm going to mute myself for just a minute because I have a siren out here.
Cynthia, did you have something?
Okay, so this 3-17-5, Ralph, is that HAR?
This is, yes, 3-170-5 and 3-170-4. So one of the records that we're requesting is the certifications from counties. So all requests to inspect government records or for copies of government records. So I'm asking for government records.
Stop there. What do we as a commission have in terms of documents and records other than our minutes and our agendas and whatever reports come to us.
And the
So let me read this again and I'll answer your question. All requests to inspect government records or for copies of government records maintained by the Elections Commission shall be directed to the Elections Commission.
So where do we go? To the
Well, that's
elections
us.
office, right?
And our records are all online, available immediately right now.
Because
So
the
Election Commission's records are all posted online and available online to anybody that wants to look. So those are Election Commission records. That's us. Dylan, you had something?
No, wait. I'm
sorry.
sorry. So what exactly is Ralph asking for? He's asking for stuff that the elections office has under their purview, not us as the commission. Am
That's
I
correct.
not?
He's saying that the Office of Elections receives inquiries and they're not as responsive as Ralph would like them to be.
So giving a government record, I'll give you an example. We would like the county certifications of their elections. There was a discussion that the counties certify their elections, and there's no way for me to get it or the public to get it because we just get stonewalled at the Office of Elections. So we need, these documents should be readily available. If the counties are certifying their elections, they would certainly send that to the Office of Elections prior to the Office of Elections certifying the overall election. But they're nowhere to be found. And how do we find these documents and how do we get them? That's the question that I'm trying to get to, is that the public is asking for this information and they get stonewalled. And I would like the Elections Commission to get involved with this and help provide this information. And in addition to that, post these items on the website because they're not on the website. So you don't get people asking for the same thing multiple times. Once it's posted, people can look it up. And then the Office of Elections can say that was posted on November 10th. Look it up. It's right there. And then that'll save a lot of time and money to fulfill these requests. But we're just trying to see how the overall election is certified. And we can't get the information. So how do we get the information? How does the public get the information?
Well, then I guess my question is, what is documents? What
Government
exactly are
records
you
would be-
requesting?
Government records would be like a certification of election.
Yeah, but you're just saying information, right?
I'm saying requests in accordance with 374, 3-70-4 and 3-170.5.
I'd like to just chime in that usually questions as to why an agency is doing something or how they are doing something, unless it's represented in a record, Chapter 92F does not require the agency to create the record to answer the questions.
These are records that should be there.
So is there a record from each county certifying their count in a report to the Office of Elections, Scott Nago? Is there a document, is that document created at the end of each election, certifying the election and documenting that to the Office of Elections from each of the county clerks? Is there such a document?
Let me explain that by saying the two statutes. There's
Please.
HRS 11-155, which is certification of results, and HRS 11-156, which is certificates of elections. Now, in federal, state, and county elections, such as the regular scheduled primary and general, the Office of Elections does the certification for 11-155, certification of results. We also do the certification of elections for federal and state candidates, which is their certificates issued to each winning candidate to say that they were elected. The counties do the county candidates, as well as the charter amendment questions that passed. And I forgot to say that the state does the constitutional amendments. They certificate of results for the constitutional amendments. But as far as certifying the numbers, there's only one pursuant to 11-155 certification of results, which is done by the state in all joint federal, state, and county elections.
So let me clarify that. The counties do not certify their election.
No, they do not certify the results because under state law, the state is responsible for conducting the count of the ballots, so that therefore the certification for the results would come from us. The certification of elections, which is the certificate of the winners, is done by the county for county candidates as well as charter questions.
So the state reports back to the counties what their count was.
Yes, when we do the results, the election results, it's a report that the counties do have.
So there's no checks and balances. There's no independent number from the counties.
Enough editorializing. We're talking about receiving documents that are public record.
Okay, so in this case, then that answers my question, which we need to take up at another meeting. But
okay,
if the counties under 3-70-4 and 3-175, we need to make it so when the public requests these records under those two administrative rules, that they get answered.
Those documents are available, Scott, and published somewhere?
Those, so 3-170-4 and 3-170-5 relates to all government records maintained by the commission. So I believe, like you said, the minutes, the agendas, the testimony is all posted online currently.
Chair, if I may.
Please, Dylan.
I think we're running into as the election commission, right? Because we've always been in our roles and duties able to say we need this information from the Office of Elections, and the Office of Elections will present it, just like we're asking the county clerks to present their information for chain of custody and all those procedures. In that way, I think we do serve the public. When Ms. Miller has submitted an inquiry from November 2022 and has not yet received a response, what is she asking for? Let us, as the Elections Commission, ask for that information, right? Which is what I think 3-170 or whatever is talking about, where we're now maintaining that information as well. So I think there's a mix of things. I think we're all after the same goal. Back to the original motion on the floor to direct the Office of Elections to respond in writing within 15 days. I don't know. Stella gave us insight that might not be possible. But I would say let's start advising the chief election officer and the Office of Elections to report to us when, I'd love to see what are all the questions that have come in and have they been answered? I'd like to be aware certified letter has not been answered for over 2 years now, or if Jessica, if you remember, an inquiry in September or July and didn't get a response till September. We should be aware of that kind of stuff so that we can go back and say, okay, Scott and team, I know you guys are busy, but please, we need to prioritize this because this is a member of our public community that has asked for a response and we're not giving them. In that way, I feel like we are responsible to govern the Office of Election in that level.
In an advisory capacity.
Yes.
So can we amend the motion then, Dylan? To have the Office of Elections forward us that communication?
That's the Office of Elections to forward all their communications to the Elections Commission is unreasonable. There's a lot of people asking a lot of questions of Office of Election, some not, and often overwhelming to the Office of Elections. If they have concerns, they can bring it to us and we can raise those concerns with the Office of Election and get the information as we ask for the metrics. But documents are Office of Information Practices available to anybody. Information and the interpretation of the laws, which may be asked of the Office of Election, may be beyond them and they're not in a position to answer. And it's a waste of time to pursue that because it's really not their kuleana. There are some documents all the documents are subject to the Office of Information Practices availability to the public. Asking for an opinion or an interpretation of the law or why the election turned out one way or another, those questions of the Office of Election would be overwhelming, in my opinion. Other comments? Yes, Ms. Papalimu.
Oh, sorry, didn't put it down.
I see you got your hand up again.
I have a quick one, Chair.
Yeah, Dylan?
If Scott or any of our team can answer, do we keep any kind of like contact log, or someone comes into the Office of Elections with a question? Do you have a log somewhere that you keep that maybe that's something we can start sharing and being aware of, what's getting answered, what's left unanswered, that kind of thing? I don't know.
I would hesitate to intrude on the operation of the Office of Election by this body, this election commission. We're there to advise in policy, but we're not there to ask the Office of Elections to answer every question that's asked of them. There's some opinions, there's some legal opinions that the Office of Election is not in a position to respond to.
Dylan was asking for a log of those things. He wasn't. If we can get a log and they can be posted online, there's a lot of information that people are looking for that could be posted online.
A lot of information is online that people aren't pursuing, aren't doing their own research on. It's not the job of Office of Elections to do the research of the law of individual voters that have the questions. The questions are valid and could be brought to this commission.
What is the mechanism that would be put in place if somebody is not getting results going to the Office of Elections? They come to the commission. What is the mechanism? Do they approach an individual commissioner? Do they address it to you? How does that work?
And the other side of that is unreasonable questions. Say, why didn't you vote for that? Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you? There's no what. You can't ask the Office of Election a bunch of whys about why the election turned out one way or another. They're responsible for maintaining the integrity of the election for every voter. Every vote counts. And that's Scott's responsibility.
So in accordance with 11-155, let's use that example. So if the public wants to see the items that go into certifying the election, can those be posted on the line? So we want to see all the documents that the Office of Elections used to certify the election. Can that be posted?
Well, they certainly can make the request under the Open Records Act, and we can provide it there. But as far as posting it online, I believe it's like 9,000 pages.
We post it.
Put a link up and let people click on it and go through it.
Actually, from my experience with another board, I do know that all of the state websites have a limitation on space. And so they do need to be cognizant of that. And if they put too much on their website, I think it might either crash or it just might not be able to be posted. I do know that.
Or a link could be provided.
So that's something that needs to be addressed, Stella. If we have too many documents that our computers can't hold.
Yes, that is a problem.
A link.
So restate the motion, please.
I move that the Elections Commission direct the Office of Elections to respond in writing to all written inquiries within 15 business days in accordance with 317-4, 170-4, and 170-5.
I'd like to ask you to change direct to advise. I don't think we have the authority to direct the Office of Elections any behavior. I think it's our role to advise. And I would ask that direct be changed to advise in the motion.
Okay.
Oh, and further, I was just wondering, is there a time period for that, or is that forever, like any inquiries from the time the office was created?
Well, the inquiries could be answered. So whether they're doing research or whatever the reason is, the issue that people are having is there's no response at all.
No communication.
But can you
Right.
put a time period on that? Because
14 days.
No. What I meant was the Office of Elections needs to know what time period are you looking at? Is it the past year? Is it the past 2 years?
Well, it should be like the rolls wait for 2 general elections, right? That's the rule for the rolls, the voter rolls.
Just say starting from today.
So, and it would be our advice rather than direction. We don't have the authority to direct the Office of Elections. It's our authority to advise them. So the motion is to advise the Office of Elections to respond within 14 days to any inquiry, at least 7 days prior to our next commission meeting. Is that correct?
Chair, I had a quick question, and
please,
for Ralph too, perhaps. But I thought we were having a discussion about the requirement for the office to respond to any or all inquiries. I thought there was an issue with that. Perhaps maybe Stella could clarify.
So if there's questions like, how come you didn't vote for my candidate? Then the Office of Elections should say, we don't answer these questions and reply to them. If there's questions that you think are frivolous, just give an answer so that that person knows that the correspondence was received and we don't answer this because it's a question for an attorney or whatever it may be. Just answer something so it doesn't stay in Never Never Land.
Right, and acknowledge that their question was received and heard, and if it can't be answered, perhaps let them know why it can't be answered.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be a good business practice, and
right.
I think this commission should advise the Office of Elections that that's a good business practice and pursue that behavior. Is there any more discussion?
Roll call, Mr. Chair.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be.
No, Cynthia, go ahead.
Okay, so Ralph is really talking about this this HAR 3-174 and 5, right, Ralph?
Yes.
But
well,
your
in
motion,
addition to,
but your motion is much broader than that, isn't it? The motion as stated is much broader than addressing the 9,000 pages that Scott was talking about. Because if that's the case, I don't know if I'm gonna I don't think I'm gonna vote for the motion. I think it's too broad. Because it's whatever that's being funneled through the commission, right? Not the Office of Elections, because they got their own thing going on, right? People complaining, whatever. Am I wrong?
People are asking the Office of Elections questions, and they're not receiving responses.
That's them. This is the commission.
The commission advises the Office of Elections.
So I get the advice, right? But I don't know, to me, it's got to be much more controlled.
Defined, yep.
Defined, thank you. It's too broad. I'm voting no.
Is there any other discussion?
I do.
Yes, Ms. Aquino.
I think Stella was referring to, as far as time element, I think she was referring to researching, like going back 2 years instead of 10 years.
Right.
I think the
Correct.
the inquiry should be limited to more current questions instead of
2
going back
years.
to many, many years of
2 years.
documents. If I understand Stella.
Yes, that was my understanding, and I think Ralph revised it to say going forward that the commission would advise the Office of Elections to provide some kind of response to inquiries the Office of Elections receives.
Yes. Is there any more discussion?
That still gives the office latitude to make its own decisions on whether or not to respond, right? We're just advising.
Absolutely, we're
And I
not.
think
we're
Chair,
not-
Best practice.
can I just ask? I mean, we'd even ask Scott. Maybe there's already a internal, memo or protocol on the response times. I'm just thinking, like, I've worked for hotels where thousands of emails come in, and I've directed my employees, like, we're going to answer each and every one of them. And so how much more should our Office of Elections carry that high standard, especially if we're serving the public? And so, Scott, I know you feel the same way, but is there already something in place where we're, engaged with the employees to make sure we're responding to things?
Yeah, so we have a rule where we want to respond generally within 48 hours. However, the issue we have is when the same question, when inquiries don't get the response they want, the answer doesn't exist, and that's where we run into a lot of the problems.
Thank
So
you.
can we post the question and answers on a website?
We can address the motion on the floor. Anybody want to discuss the motion on the floor before the vote?
I'm going to vote for it because Scott's already got a 48-hour thing in place, so.
Yeah, that's better than 15 days. I like that.
So all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
So we got two
No.
noes.
2 noes, yeah.
We have 2 noes and what?
I didn't get to
Right.
respond before you called for the no
All right.
vote. I vote aye.
We're voting now, Anita. And
Chair, would you like me to do roll call?
please,
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kiguchi,
Aye.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdam,
Nay.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
and Commissioner Takenaka.
No.
Chair Curtis,
aye.
motion passes, Chair.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. On to election metrics. Is there any discussion from the commissioners on election metrics?
I would like to say something just because I receive all of this in email and I don't have a printer. The metrics were really hard to follow. It could have been, I think it would have been so much easier for us to see and understand if that would have been in a long Excel sheet.
I like delimited data files.
One Excel sheet could have had the 20, 22, the mailed out and the received and the not received all on one sheet. And for me, that would have been easier to get through it. But I read all 84 pages, so we're good.
I have discussion on metrics.
I would entertain a motion to receive this information in delimited data.
Chair, I have some discussion, please.
Yes, Ralph.
So I think what the public is concerned about is the key to cheating on an election is to generate excess ballots that can be possibly be voted. The metrics don't account for ballots that are not voted. So in each precinct, how many ballots are sent out that are not voted, that are out floating around? And
that's the difference between the ballots sent and the ballots received. The difference is the ones not voted.
Okay, well, that should be highlighted because that's a key concern of many in the public, that there's too many ballots floating around that can be possibly be voted.
Yeah, mine were pretty good. I took my big island and I subtracted so that I could get all my numbers.
So for the Office of Elections, Scott, I would ask for delimited data files on any metric in the future. There was also one of the testimonies submitted in writing about four people that were live out of state but still received and had ballots voted this time. There's one of the written testimonies mentioned something about that. Did you see that, Scott?
So for the ballots are mailed to the mailing address on file.
Yep.
And state law requires that you have a Hawaii mailing address. However, you can request an absentee ballot if you're going to be traveling for the election cycle, where that ballot will be mailed to wherever you request it to be mailed at, just for that election cycle.
And
without having the details, I can't really speak.
Yeah. And what's the body that maintains the voter list?
So each individual county is responsible by statute for maintaining their voter registration rolls.
And who determines the precincts, the districting?
So the House and Senate districts are determined by the Reapportionment Commission.
Reapportionment Commission. That's what I was asking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, because between 20 and 22, there was a reapportionment. And correct. Interestingly enough, the Big Island has almost 9 precincts with under 10 people. Most of them 0. And I don't know how they did that, but it was interesting to see that on the metric. I had noticed there, but.
So the way that happens is because you have House lines, Senate lines, and then you have council lines, it creates a precinct. So each precinct has the same unique contest. And when you add all those layers on, there are pockets, what we call them, where there are 0 population.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So when you refer, Chair Curtis, on this question, or is there a question, or is there something we're receiving formally on this? What's in front of us? I'm not understanding this.
Well, in prior meetings, we talked about election metrics and measuring the performance of the chief elections officer. And these metrics were part that, let's see, Dylan was very concerned with, as well as others, was the metrics of the election and the specific numbers, where usually it's just the results. Drilling down to these numbers, the ballots, the registered voters, the ballots sent, the ballots received, the ballots perfected, the ballots ticked out. And
where is this? Where do I find what you're looking at?
It's under item 6, election metrics. And Dylan mentioned it, and it's the numbers of the ballots that the Office of Election is responsible for. They're responsible for ballots. We asked for the metrics, every metric regarding the ballots in an election, not just the results. So that's where these things came from. Any other discussion on these metrics?
Yes,
Dylan,
I have a question.
Yes.
Part of, and I think maybe I was misunderstood at the previous meeting. The metrics I was looking for were the metrics responding to the Office of Elections chief and performance-wise metrics. How much did we spend on the election? What did we get for that? How many volunteers did we have? How much did we pay for staffing during the elections in the last, comparable last 3 elections? Because we've lost so many voters. And I wanted to find out if we're paying more per vote. And so these were the metrics of performance. I wasn't looking for the metrics of the vote.
We talked about both, Commissioner. Two separate.
I'm sorry?
We talked about both, having both metrics for the next meeting. So
I was for those
Yeah.
metrics in order to make a determination on performance. Because I don't see those metrics where it shows that we saved money. It shows that we had to use less staffing. It shows that, more people mailed in those ballots because they didn't have to drive or they didn't have to take the day off, etc. So that's what I was looking for. The metrics that showed the job was being done better because of all these new things that have been brought into law.
Yeah.
And because I learned today that Mr. Nago is working with legislation for the Office of Elections. So now you're making bills for your job. So how is that affecting the performance? And are we really getting the bang for our buck? Is it really turning out more people? Is the performance incentivizing people to go to the polls or to mail in their ballots? So that's what I was looking for, but I did appreciate the report.
Sure.
Scott, you can send us the budgets. I've seen those before, and I think we've all passed over those before. But I think Scott does estimated costs of different things as he presents them to the legislature and reports to us. Dylan.
Yeah, I just want to encourage my colleague. I think we'll have those metrics discussed in our deliberations in executive session. Although, again, I'm in favor of doing that in open session.
Okay.
But also the good news is, Commissioner, we have had great public testimony that have given us all the data we're looking for when it comes to metrics on voter turnout, on the cost of elections, on those specific things. So happy to
getting most of my
information and share. Yeah, that's all. Thanks, Chair.
Scott, you want to chime in? No. Okay.
So, as far as cost, I would refer this commission to the report that we did submit to the legislature regarding the implementation of elections by mail. It is in that report.
Yep. That's where
I wasn't a commissioner at the time, so I did not receive that. If somebody could get that to me, I'd love it.
So that was voted on to come up in the next meeting?
But we can send it to you, so I'll forward it to you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I agree with Commissioner Papalimo. I am new to the board also, and I'd appreciate getting information going back.
I can send to both of you.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on election metrics?
Chair Curtis, yes. So what are we getting out of this item right now? What are we accomplishing?
We got a 98-page report from Scott Nago on including number of registered voters, ballots mailed, ballots returned counted, ballots returned deficient, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So that was the report that was given to us on Friday afternoon?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I move to defer action on this item until the next meeting so that we have time to study it.
We'll carry election metrics over to the next meeting, including some of the financials. Any other discussion? On to voted ballot security. I would ask the county clerks to chime in on this one, assuring us that our voted ballots are secure.
So Chair, I just want to add that report that we did prepare, which goes into the election security, it is a joint report worked on by the Office of Elections as well as the county clerks.
Okay. Would you like to report on that then? Voted ballot security.
So we do have our procedures for election security, but the biggest takeaway I want everybody to know is that the election security works in totality. So when you take apart or when you look at each individual piece individually, it may not seem secure, but it's when you put all the layers upon layers and it works as one that we do have the election security.
Any comments by the commissioners?
So I do, Chair.
Go ahead, Ralph.
So on election security and ballot security, I have asked the County of Kauai about their chain of custody documentation. In the 2020 election, their recordings of the ballots that they collected was 3,379 ballot difference from the number that the state reported. So they hand counted the ballots and they came up with basically 30,800 ballots. When they turned those over to the state reported 34,000 ballots. Now, I just happened to ask them for their chain of custody information, and they did not keep any chain of custody daily documentation, but they had a summary of the ballots that they collected. When I added up that summary, I found that there was a 3,379 vote count difference, which was almost 11% difference. And my question that started my whole quest on this, being on the elections commissions and finding out more about this, is how could they not know that there was a difference in the count? And what are your checks and balances for this? So when the county goes to a drop box, they don't count and record how many ballots they've taken out of the drop box. And I'd just like you to substitute ballots with the word $100 bill. So if we were getting $100 bills out of the drop box, there would be two people counting the $100 bills, and there would be a record saying we collected $12,000 from Princeville. And then we drove that back to Lihue, and that we turned in $12,000 from Princeville, and we turned in so many dollars from each drop box that we go to, and there would be a piece of paper that is accounted for. But we don't do that for our ballots. And there's no checks and balance. There's an item on the website of Office of Elections, and it says, how do we ensure that elections officials do not throw away our ballots? And the answer is that we keep chain of custody. But the County of Kauai has told me that they don't keep chain of custody and that there's no law requiring them to keep chain of custody. So that's for starters. That is just taking that by itself. So if we don't know how many dollars they're collecting, how do we know what the total is supposed to be after we hand them over to the state? There should be some kind of check and balance mechanism just for that first point.
And this was your argument heard by the courts?
No, I did not bring that up to the courts.
So Chair, I'd just like to note that our report does address the fungible and non-fungible ballots. Ballots are unique, so they can be tracked. Voters can definitely track their ballot to make sure that it was received. That's why I say you have to take everything into totality and not just take individually when you get the whole security of the elections.
So Chair, I'd like to address that. So what he's saying is that voter signature verification is what proves how many ballots are. And let's compare signature validation to checking serial numbers on dollar bills. The question is, how many dollar bills did we pick up to compare the numbers to, the serial numbers to? So
the discrepancy is 3,400 ballots from Kauai to the state of Hawaii. Scott, what happened there?
I believe it was an election day issue where on election day, they weren't counting the number of ballots that they took out of the places of deposit. So therefore that was the discrepancy.
Thank you.
Okay, that if you talk to the County of Kauai, they added the number of ballots every single day, And that was their total number of ballots. And that can't just be shooed under the rug like that. That's a big deal. Our county elections, our county council is decided by 100 votes. And if we don't have an accounting for ballots, there needs to be a process to get from the drop box to the office on how many ballots were collected. There's no process right now.
Dylan.
Yeah, I just want to say, so this, I mean, this is all going back to chain of custody, and we voted last time and the motion didn't pass on investigation. And I think it was because we wanted to hear from the counties first. And I know that that's what the chair is suggesting we're doing now because the motion passed in the March meeting. But if Scott is saying that their response is already provided in that report, implementation by mail report.
No, not that report, the report that you received on Friday.
In the report that we received on Friday, and if that suffices their response, then the procedure for the commission, when they're deciding on investigation, is to hear from both sides and then decide if they want to investigate. So what I'm hearing is we have from both sides now because of the report that was provided to us. And so in that, I think we're on the right track. I would like to make the motion to investigate on chain of custody.
Second.
Discussion.
So I'll discuss my time as a volunteer, because I was an observer for the elections at the voting service center here on the Big Island. And my job as an observer was to stay until the end, till everything got picked up. My problem with that is that they were picking these huge boxes up with all of these ballots that were dropped off at the service centers, and they were not in dual. There were not two people. It was just one county worker throwing it in a van and driving off with it. And when I stopped them and said, ballots are always supposed to be transported in dual. And they said, oh, no need, we're only going across the street. Doesn't matter where you're going. And so one of the other people jumped in with him to go right across the street. And so I don't know if counties are just making up their own rules, and I'm concerned now with all this training that Maui is getting. Are they being trained appropriately and correctly on what the rules are? The law.
Every county gets that training, not just Maui.
That's what I'm saying. Are they? But I'm seeing.
The motion is for an investigation into what?
I have discussion, Chair.
Specifically, the chain of custody?
Yes, that's what I'm discussing, chain of custody.
Thank you. I would ask the county of Maui, Moana Ludi, would you care to offer us your ballot security procedures?
I'm sorry, did you not want me to continue my discussion?
You made your point.
Oh, I hadn't even gotten to the end. Okay.
No, you made your point, and your concern is valid, and we've heard it. I'd like to hear from the county of Maui if she's willing to offer testimony, or Scott in lieu of her. I don't think Kauai's here. I don't think Honolulu's here, and I know Big Island's not here because he has a council meeting. We have Maui's county attorney, if she'd like to offer reassurances that the chain of custody is being honored. Moana, can you offer anything?
Nope. Thank you, Chair. Well, we obviously are going to comply with all the legal requirements. If you don't know this, my deputy and I are licensed attorneys. So it is very important to us, of course, to comply with the law. And as I stated earlier, this is our first election. So we are relying on the law and also the guidance of all of the other clerks in the state and making sure that we're all in uniformity with the way that we comply.
Thank you. Scott, you have anything to offer?
You know,
I have
So the
discussion,
issue,
Chair.
I'm asking Scott first.
okay, so we do have meetings, like Moana mentioned, where we do have all the counties in, and we do, so the counties do discuss county matters such as what they're responsible for, and we discuss what the state is responsible for. And in this matter, this is a county responsibility, but for the most part, like Moana said, everybody does follow the law.
Ralph, you had something?
So all of these audit processes, when we're talking about them, I would like people to evaluate if the audit process.
Well, the audit's
pass
something
muster
else.
if
This
we're
is
dealing with
chain of custody. The audit's a different issue. This is
Okay, chain of custody process, if the item was cash, how we would handle it. So audits are chain of custody independent, how would we handle cash? And those are the
We're not talking
procedures.
about cash, we're talking about votes. We're talking about chain of custody of the voted ballots. And an investigation of that and how the voted ballots, the discrepancy of the 3,000 some ballots between Kauai and the Office of Elections. We you know, the investigation, we have to define this investigation, and the chain of custody is one of the things, and the indication is the discrepancy in votes between Kauai and the Office of Elections. We should perhaps limit our investigation to that discrepancy and flesh it out with a chain of custody proof one way or the other to validate or recognize the deficiencies of the processes that we've applied to mail-in voting versus in-person voting. That was only 2 cycles ago, and we were going to do it just on Kauai, but then powers that be and the deciders are the representatives, the senators and the representatives are the ones that make the laws. They're the ones that do this. And our investigation needs to be specific and targeted. And the chain of custody is one of the things that leads up to the discrepancy in the voted ballots between Kauai and the Office of Elections that you've indicated. So
Yes.
the discussion is this investigation. Yes, Dylan.
Chair, last point. I'm in favor of both. I think we can make it a broad investigation because, as you said, all the counties are receiving the same training. So why not hit them all at once, get things through all at once? Although if the other commissioners are more favorable towards a targeted investigation, I just want to get an investigation done. That's what we're here for. I think it serves the public well. And I hope my fellow commissioners will vote for this motion. But I'd sure like to hear from Commissioner Takenaka, Kikuchi, McAdams. Are you feeling inclined towards an investigation if it were more targeted?
Wait. No. This discussion is in favor of the investigation or against it. You're not asking opinions now. I want statements by the commissioners for or against the investigation.
Right. Yes. For or against the investigation. Thank you.
So let's streamline it to ask.
Cynthia, you had something to say?
I don't like the broad investigation. So if it's this particular motion, I'm going to vote no. If you target it more, I'll consider that. But right now, nuh-uh. I don't think it's necessary right now. Not for all 4 counties. And this is what, February, before we know, they've got enough work to do for the primary election and the general election. I don't even know if Kauai can handle what you guys are looking at. Maybe they can. I don't know, the process of how all of that goes, but it's tough working these days. So, you don't want to lose workers either along the way. But no, I'm going to vote down on this general broad investigation thingy.
Anybody else speaking against the motion?
Yes, I tend to agree with Cynthia here. I know what happened in Kauai has been a bone of contention by some of the public discourse that we've had, and I think it's worth looking into, but I don't think a broad investigation with all counties is justified at this point, quite frankly. And I think that were we to look at Kauai, I think it should be very specific to that instance only. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Somebody in favor of the motion?
Yes, Chair, can I be recognized?
Yes, Ralph.
I ask that we investigate the laws on the books and that we find out if the counties are following the law or not. It's HAR 3-177453 and HAR 3-17761.
I think that's broadening the request for an investigation.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Right, you cannot have a second motion without, we're in debate on the first motion.
Yeah.
You cannot make another motion while you're already in debate, in discussion for a motion. You can amend your motion.
Thank you, that's correct.
So I think I'm the original maker of the motion.
You are.
I'm mistaken.
And what was that motion, Dylan?
It was just to investigate chain of custody. That was my simple motion, but after hearing from my fellow colleagues, I'd love for them to be a part of this. So I'd like to amend the motion.
You can't. It belongs to the commission now.
Okay, sure.
I move to amend the motion.
I'm sorry, point of information.
Yes.
The chair can allow him to make a friendly amendment.
I can entertain an amendment to the motion.
Right, correct.
The motion's on the floor. It belongs to the commission and cannot be changed other than amendment by the commission. Dylan?
I move to make an amendment.
Going to make an amendment? Yes, Ralph.
I move to make an amendment to specify that we're going to investigate if HAR 3-177453 and HAR 3-177-61 are being followed.
No, that is.
And what specifically are those?
There's a chain of custody laws that are on the books. So the first one is 3-177453, accountability and security of ballots. 3-177-61 is security of ballots and election supplies.
So that's the extent of the investigation.
Yes.
And that's an amendment to your motion, Dylan?
Right. Ralph, can you add to that specifically for Kauai County?
I'd like to ask all the counties, all they have to do is provide us documentation that they're doing it. It's pretty easy in my mind. It's not an extensive, they should have all of these things on file and they can just forward them to us and we can take a look at it and decide if they're doing it or not.
And is there a second to the amendment to the motion? The amendment dies for a lack of a second. The original.
I second it. I second it.
You can't second it.
Oh.
No, Dylan made the motion. He was making an amendment.
Ralph was
You need to
making
second
an amendment to the original motion. Dylan's motion stands. The amendment dies for lack of a second.
I'd like to amend my motion. And the amendment is to investigate that HAR 3-177-453 and HAR 3-177-61 are being followed as it relates to Kauai County's election. And guys,
I second the motion.
Get things passed.
The amendment's been moved and seconded. I don't think we need discussion. I'd like to call for a roll call vote on the amendment to the motion.
I got a question before you call roll.
Yeah.
So Scott Nago, do you know how much time this is going to take for the staff of Kauai to generate?
I wouldn't know.
So I'm going to call for a roll call on the amendment to the motion. Please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kiguchi,
No.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No. The amendment dies. Back to the original motion of investigating the chain of custody. Is there any other discussion? Can I have a roll call on that one?
Before you do the roll call, could you read the original?
Dylan, original motion, please.
The original motion was to investigate on chain of custody.
That was the motion. I would call for the roll call now.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kiguchi,
No.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No.
Chair Curtis.
I would vote no again. So on to Electronic Registration Information Center. We received the Senate bills received all kinds of negative responses. There were 2 positive responses that I saw, one from Chief Election Officer supporting becoming a member of this nonprofit, non-governmental service. And the other one was young Republicans voted in favor, testified in favor of these Senate bills. Eric is what we'll call it. And that's everybody, does everybody know what Eric is?
No.
Chair, before you proceed, did that motion pass or die?
No, it died.
All right, thank you.
Eric, Scott, would you tell us what Eric is, please?
So ERIC is a nationwide file sharing system where if a voter moves from Hawaii and re-registers in another state, and that state is participating in ERIC, that we in Hawaii will be notified of that so we can take the proper steps to remove the voter. So it's basically a nationwide file sharing. Currently, you don't have that unless the voter fills out the voter registration form that they were registered in another state, but that's incumbent upon the voter to actually fill out. So ERIC automatically does it if they re-register or they apply for a driver's license.
So that's an automatic data sharing hub operated by a nonprofit, non-governmental agency that governments contract with to share data and to correct their voter rolls, because there may be one voter registered in Hawaii and a same voter registered in California, making one of those registrations invalid. So that's the whole purpose of this. The other side of that is, go ahead, Scott.
So when we did testify in support, our basic testimony was it was just another tool for us to use to maintain the voter rolls.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Just to make that clarification.
I have some other questions, Scott.
Sure.
Please.
Do
we know the organizations, the nonprofit organizations that own this?
I believe it's ERIC, the electronic.
Electronic Registration Information Center, Inc. They're a corporation, a nonprofit corporation for the sake of sharing data. And it's a lot of data that I don't think is secure, but that's just me.
I have a question, Chair.
Ralph.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still asking question. My second question is, how many states are doing this?
My understanding was 22.
And our state legislature has decided not to do it.
No, they introduced the bill to join ERIC.
I think it's being considered now in our legislature actively.
And so what are we doing then?
Well, we're going to see if we want to take a position one way or another. And we can offer an opinion, or we could ignore it and go on to the next.
Oh,
I just-
okay.
I just thought we should talk about Eric, because it's a data sharing of voter registration rolls.
Oh, that's a lot of,
between states and a lot of information,
and
indeed.
the way that people are getting hacked nowadays, all of these large corporations, that's a lot of information.
Yeah, you can't guarantee the security.
Yeah, that's, no.
That's my perception. Are there any other commissioners that have questions?
I do, Chair.
I
Yes,
have
Ralph.
a comment. This is
Ralph,
Commissioner
push me
Aquino.
first, and then Anita.
Thank you.
Mr. Nago, right now, with the way we're currently mailing out ballots, over half of our ballots are not returned.
We're talking
we
about
join-
Eric. We're talking about data sharing of our voter.
I'm talking about Eric and what we're going to gain. So what are we looking to gain if we sign up with Eric? Is this going to make it so we have less ballots that are not being returned? Or are they going to add more people to the voter rolls and we're going to have more ballots that aren't returned? What are we looking for as a result? Because at the moment with our voter rolls the way they are, less than the half of the people return a ballot. So what is the gain of signing up with Eric?
Eric has no influence on that whatsoever. Anita, you have a question?
I was asking Scott Nago, please.
And
Chair.
I was answering that I'm keeping us on the agenda. Eric is the agenda. It's not the number of voted ballots. Anita, you had a question about Eric.
Yes, have the other commissioners looked at the testimony submitted by Corinne Solomon regarding Eric?
Yes.
Yes.
And
So-
what was that testimony, Anita?
Her testimony was that Eric would not be beneficial for us to get into, based on metrics she has presented in her testimony. So
That
I
testimony
would
is-
be hesitant to get into utilizing Eric.
So I believe she's talking about testimony regarding Senate Bill SB 2333 or 2240.
No.
You can look up the testimonies.
Yes, Senate Bill 2240 and House Bill 1609, which is on Eric.
Any
And
other
this was
comment?
submitted, I believe, by Scott Nagle. The proposed bills.
So
No, we did not, the office did not propose that bill.
No, he didn't propose it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
The office did not propose those bills.
But you testified on them though.
Yes.
I beg to differ because there's a whole bunch of correspondence I get that came from your office.
Testimony towards the bill, Anita, similar to Ms. Solomon's testimony against the bill.
Well, I don't have the documents with me now, but I thought I came across bills that were introduced by your office.
My question.
We introduced two bills.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
This is not an actionable menu item, right? It's just information for us, right?
It's actionable. We can offer an opinion on it if we'd like to. As a commission, we could vote in that we support Eric or we oppose Eric. We could take an advisory position the way we did similarly to the response to correspondence to the Office of Elections. Would this commission like to take a position on Eric? If so, I would entertain a motion.
I move to oppose.
Is there a second?
Second, this is Commissioner Andriano.
Discussion?
I think
Dylan.
I think Corinne's testimony is sufficient, and I hope every commissioner did read that testimony. She also submitted testimony back at our April 2023 meeting with suspicion that the grants that were given to us would be used for enrolling with Eric. And so I think everything she has stated in that testimony is substantiated, and it would be worth us making a stance as an election commission to oppose. Thank you, Chair.
Other comments?
Could we hear from Scott on that?
Scott, please, do you have offer your opinion, please?
So Eric would allow us or assist us in maintaining the roads. It wouldn't be the be all end all. It would be one of just many tools we would use to keep our roads clean. One, which would be, we would still have to follow the National Voter Registration Act, which Federal National Voter Registration Act, which specifically spells out how voters can be removed. What Eric does is it alerts us to these voters so we can start the process sooner rather than wait for the mail outs, like the yellow cards or any return mailing that the state sends out or the county send out. Eric would allow us to start the process sooner, but we'd still have to follow the process of removing voters, and we couldn't just automatically remove them.
I have a question to that, Chair.
Ralph.
So what do you, if the state, so what you're implying is the state is not doing a good enough job of keeping our voter registration clean. To expose our information to a private vendor, what is our gain on clean voters? How many voters do you expect to clean out for having that exposure of everybody's information to a third-party vendor? What's our gain versus our risk?
So our gain is anytime somebody moves and applies for a driver's license and moves to the mainland, applies for a driver's license, we'll be notified so we can start the removal process. Currently, we would have to wait until we either mail out the ballots or we mail out their voter registration card to start that process. Eric would allow us to start the process a lot sooner.
What is a number? What are you anticipating for? What is the metrics of this? Are we talking about 10 voters or 10,000 voters?
I mean, you saw the news where the state is losing residents moving to the mainland. I mean, after the Maui fire, you have residents moving to the mainland. So all those kinds of things would be caught in ERIC if they move to a state that was participating in ERIC.
Papalia. Yes.
Yes. Question. So military. Your local military, people sign up for the military, they join, they move. Let's say they go to Iowa, one of the places where you can get a driver's license there, but you don't have to be a registered voter because you're in the military. So I can keep my voter registration in Hawaii, but I have my license in Iowa because I changed it. And you're saying that getting a driver's license in another state would automatically remove me from the voter rolls in Hawaii?
That's not what I said. What I said was it allows us to start the process. So we would mail a form we'd mail a mailing to that voter that's forwardable, and that voter can opt to stay at register.
So doesn't that
how
give
much
you
time?
more work?
Wait, Ralph. Ms. Papalimo, you were finishing up?
So it just notifies you earlier that somebody moved away. That's basically what it's doing.
Yes. And it allows us to start the process. We still have to follow the federal law, which says you mail a mailer to them and that person can re-register or keep their registration. But if they don't, and they all intended to move to the mainland, that's where that process would come into place.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Anita, you had a question?
Yes. Getting back to Ms. Solomon's testimony, she stated that the top 3 out-migration states of Hawaii going out are Texas, California, and Florida. None of these states are ERIC member states. So
that wouldn't help.
And Mr. Naga, you stated that your office was not the one submitting Senate Bill 2240 and 1609. It's printed right here. I'm looking at it. Testimony of the Chief Election Officer, Office of Elections, to the Senate Committee on Judiciary on Senate Bill number 2240 relating to elections.
And Anita, he said they didn't sponsor them. He did testify on them, but we didn't sponsor them. A representative and a senator sponsored those bills.
Okay, they may have sponsored it, but he was the one who positively testified on it.
Yes, yes.
Technically, maybe you didn't submit it, but you are supporting it. And if we are to look at Ms. Solomon's testimony, I don't feel like we should be agreeing with this.
How much does this
submission.
cost us?
Are there any other commissioners that would like to speak in favor of Eric?
Good question. So, Scott, did you have or take a look at any concerns your office had regarding the security of Eric?
Yes. And there are still 20, I believe it's 22 states that are still in Eric, are participating in Eric. And my understanding is if security wasn't of the utmost concern for Eric, he wouldn't have those 22 states.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to oppose Eric as a commission, and I would call for the roll call now. All those in favor of opposing Eric, vote aye.
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 Let's roll call this one.
Oh.
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi,
No.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdams,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Takanaka,
No.
Chair Curtis,
Aye. And the vote? I didn't keep
motion passes.
the motion passes, so the commission is making a statement that we oppose Eric. Now, the commission will be going into executive session to discuss pursuant to section 92-5 AB Hawaii Revised Statute. The commission anticipates going into executive session to discuss the approval of the executive session minutes of January 16th, 2024. And the commission anticipates going into executive discussion to discuss and evaluate the performance of the reappointment of the chief elections officer. I would invite Scott to join us in executive session, and we'll take item B first.
Chair Curtis, I have a point of information.
The vote is I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Chair Curtis, I have a point of information.
I would ask for a motion to go into executive session.
So move, Cynthia.
I have a point of order.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor of going into executive session?
Aye.
Discussion, I'm sorry, discussion, Dylan. What do you have to offer?
Yeah, I just want to, I know we're going to go into executive session, and I just want to say, I really feel like we should be doing this in open session. But outside of that, Chair, you asked for us to submit ideas on evaluation as public testimony. And I did submit that. And I just wonder if the public received that, because I didn't see it in the packet meeting. But if it's okay with you, could I share a link to my ideas in the chat now so the public can see?
Not right now. That was for discussion and for consideration. It wasn't for distribution. I filled mine out for me. You filled yours out for yours. I don't want to publish that until after executive session. Ralph, you had something?
Yes. Has the chief elections officer petitioned the elections commission for reappointment?
Informally, yes.
Is there a formal, so he has not formally petitioned?
He's asked to be reappointed.
But have we heard him? Who's heard him?
We're going to hear him in executive session.
Can the public hear him and then state his reason why he does not want to go into executive session, please?
No. The employee has the right of confidentiality and privacy, and he's exercised that. You asked if he's petitioned for reappointment, and he's continuing on his job until we say otherwise. So there's a motion to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
So who says no, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, we're going into executive session. Could you please arrange that, Nettie?
Yes, Chair. One moment, please. Chair, we are back in open session. I will take roll call.
Ned, I think he wanted to take a 5-minute break.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair, you're on mute.
We'll reconvene at 5:20. We're taking a short break. It's 5:20. We'll call the Elections Commission of the State of Hawaii back to order. Coming out of executive session, I would entertain a motion to approve the executive session minutes of January 16th, 2004, ratifying what was decided in an executive session. I would entertain a motion.
I think we voted on that, didn't we?
Yeah, but we have to do it. We have to do it in open session.
Okay, so moved. This is Commissioner Andrion.
Seconded, Commissioner Papalimo.
Is there any discussion on approving the executive minutes of January 16th, 2024? All those commissioners in favor say aye.
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 You got to be off mute, Cynthia and Ralph. Okay. So the executive session minutes of January 16th have been approved. The second part is Scott Nago's reappointment or not. I'd entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Andrion. I move to not reappoint Scott Nago as Chief Election Officer.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Papalimo, second.
Discussion.
Enough said.
I would ask for a roll call. And this vote is to not renew his employment. Ned, could you take a roll call?
Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Aquino,
She just had trouble and got kicked out. Something happened with her.
Oh, can you give us a thumbs up, Anita?
I'll come back to Commissioner Aquino. Commissioner Kushney,
Aye.
Commissioner Kikuchi,
No.
Commissioner Kawada excused, Commissioner McAdams,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Takenaka, Commissioner Takenaka, you're on mute.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. What's the vote?
The motion is to not renew Scott's employment.
Not renew. No.
Chair Curtis,
No.
Commissioner Aquino,
Anita, can you call in again? She votes yes with a thumbs up. So the motion does not pass. And that leads to Scott Nago's reappointment. Is there any other business before the commission today?
Was that 4-4? Was that a tie? Is that why it does not pass?
That's correct. Is there any other business before the commission today?
Chair,
Dylan?
I would just like to request to make sure that my public testimony is submitted for the public to see.
Ned, can you add that to the package that would be attached to today's meeting?
Here, I'd like a point of information. We were supposed to be voting on his reappointment, not on his not reappointment.
That wasn't the motion.
Okay, but we're in the agenda. That's how it was stated in the agenda.
Sorry.
We need to stick to the agenda, and we need to vote on his appointment.
Okay.
Sorry, Ralph. The vote was not to reappoint him, and that vote did not pass.
I appeal the
That
ruling of the
means that
chair.
his reappointment continues.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Are you just saying just for procedure, Ralph?
Yes, I appeal the ruling of the chair, and you guys can second it.
Yeah, I second, just to make things clean. I think
That's a point of order. And what rule am I not following?
I'm just saying you made a rule that you made a ruling. We are in the vote to approve the executive session, and we're to vote on the reappointment of the chief election officer.
That wasn't
So
the motion. The motion was to not reappoint
I
him.
know, but we did
and
not.
that motion lost.
We did not have a vote to change the agenda item.
Right. So the motion should have been corrected.
He knows the result will be the same, Chair. He's just trying to keep our things clean.
The vote was to vote on reappointment, and we did not have a 2/3 vote to change the agenda item.
Correct.
Evaluate and performance on the reappointment of the elections officer. The motion was to not reappoint him.
Okay, so
that motion failed.
The agenda item is vote on the reappointment of the chief election officer. Vote on the reappointment. We did not have 2/3 vote to change the language of this. We never voted on that. So we need to vote on what's on the agenda.
The motion was not to reappoint him. Reappointment is on the agenda. And anything I would refer to
Stella.
What were you saying, Adrian?
Stella, maybe Stella can give us some insight. I'm okay either way, because I mean, I appreciate Commissioner.
The agenda is merely on the topic. You folks vote on the motion.
And the motion stands defeated, which means that he is reappointed. And I ask if there's any other agenda on today's calendar. And I don't see it.
I object to that.
You're welcome to.
I think you can have a motion to reappoint.
Yeah, so Dylan was confused on what motion we were, and we did not have a 2/3 vote to change the agenda. We're voting not reappointing him. We are voting on reappointing him. And that makes a huge difference with the vote count. Because the other wording, the tie means he doesn't carry and he would not be appointed.
So you could still make an additional motion here.
So the motion on the floor should be to vote on the reappointment.
That wasn't the motion. The motion was to not reappoint him, and that was on the agenda.
That's not how it was on the agenda. So my motion is to vote on the reappointment of chief elections officer.
Second.
Stella, wasn't this already decided with the prior motion?
I believe it was.
So that vote stands.
We didn't have a 2/3 vote to change that.
As I
The
said
agenda
before,
item.
the agenda is about the topic, but the actual motion is what is voted on.
Right, but according to Robert's rules, you need to reappoint him to the position. It was a negative motion. So that's why the motion, that was a negative motion that was made. We should have corrected it. I apologize. I wasn't paying that close attention. It should have been corrected prior to the vote. So now you need a motion to appoint him.
Right.
Voting in a negative is not in order for parliamentary procedure.
Correct.
Then Dylan should be shot.
Keeping us on our toes. Keeping us on our toes.
You're the boss, so you need a new motion.
I
don't need a new
motion.
motion. The agenda's over with as far as I'm concerned.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I second that.
Well, let's vote on the appeal of the chair.
Second. Roll call. Chair.
Yes, what are you talking about, Dylan?
We need a vote on the appeal of the chair.
So
Been
what are
moved and
what are you appealing? You're appealing my ruling that the last vote stands and our agenda's over and I can adjourn the meeting. You're
Correct.
appealing that.
Well, no,
So-
I'm not. Ralph is. I'm seconding it.
Okay, so the appeal is whether I adjourn the meeting or not.
But you can't
No.
vote on it.
The appeal
The
is,
vote is on the appeal that Ralph made. So we vote on the appeal and then you can adjourn.
All those in favor of the appeal, I would have a roll call vote again.
Debate.
Okay,
Do it in the positive.
Always.
what would you like to say? Would comment on the appeal of,
Well, a discussion on his on Ralph's motion.
this is on my ending the agenda and terminating the meeting.
No,
So that's the comment, that's the appeal that's on the floor, up for discussion and vote by the Elections Commission. Right?
Okay, let's vote.
we didn't properly vote on number 11, and we want to properly vote on it in the positive.
Yeah,
As you said, you can't vote in a negative.
We still need to make.
We still need a motion to appoint after this. Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded.
To appeal my decision to accept the last vote as
Or we can make up a new motion because we have to.
No, we don't have to.
We do, or else
We voted on your motion and it lost. So now Ralph appealed, and now the discussion is on the appeal of whether we have to
We have to-
continue the agenda.
We have to vote to appoint him.
Right. The rules are very clear that the Office of Elections must vote to appoint him. We appoint.
We are voting on the appeal, folks. Let's get
That is
off
what
the table.
this is.
So Ralph's appealing the chair's decision that the last vote stands and the meeting will be adjourned. Discussion
No, you
on
didn't
that.
say anything about adjourned. The motion is to appeal your ruling that motion, that ruling is incorrect.
Okay.
We should have a motion to reappoint.
So my ruling
No.
was that the motion that did not pass.
Correct.
Was to find somebody else to replace Scott. That didn't pass. Now, that's my ruling, and Ralph challenged my ruling, and that's what you get to vote on now.
Correct.
Correct.
So I would call a roll call on Ralph's challenge to my position.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Aquino,
Thumbs up, Anita, or down? Anita, you got it. Okay, that's a thumbs up for Anita. Yes.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kiguchi,
No.
Commissioner Kuwata, excuse, Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Takenaka,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting.
You don't want a motion to reappoint him?
We need to take.
My ruling was that
appeal
he's
is-
reappointed because the kicking out did not win. And that was my ruling that we just voted on, and that vote did not pass either.
Okay.
So I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
Vote to adjourn.
Second.
I didn't make a movement. I think we need to take the vote, Chair, to appoint.
That motion just died.
I mean, the appeal died, but the motion still needs, we still have to, this is gonna come back.
Yeah, 'cause we
to
didn't
be-
remove
Be
him.
clear and clean about this.
Then
Stella, could you
you can ask-
clarify for us, as of right now, where things stand? Is Scott reappointed?
No,
He's not eliminated.
We did not vote to reappoint
We
him.
need a vote in the affirmative for him. Is my
Right.
point. We got rid of the
Yes.
negative, but
The vote in the negative died. It didn't pass. That means he's still with us.
No, it doesn't.
it doesn't.
The agenda says we're gonna vote to appoint him.
And the motion was to not reappoint him.
That was a
That
bad motion.
lost.
That was a bad motion. The motion, the agenda item is to reappoint him.
Again, the agenda provides the topics that will be discussed at the meeting. You folks vote on the actual motions.
And the actual motion was to not reappoint him, and that motion lost.
But you can't have a negative motion is what I'm saying, is we need a positive motion.
well, we can make a motion and someone can still second it.
No, we're adjourned.
You need a motion to adjourn.
I motion to redo the vote the way it's written on the agenda.
Second,
The meeting's been adjourned.
it hasn't. There has to be a consensus for adjournment.
I don't think so. I think that the agenda's over and I can adjourn the meeting. We've disposed of the agenda items and adjournment.
There's a
Oh.
motion and a second on the floor.
No,
I think-
I adjourned the meeting prior to that.
That
Stella?
motion, yeah, the motion was to appeal Chair Curtis's decision and his decision to adjourn the meeting. And that motion failed.
Died. So the meeting is adjourned.
And
we'll
he
meet-
will not have been appointed by the Office
Correct.
of Election.
He has not have been appointed.
He will not have been appointed by the Office of Elections.
And that's why it matters. And the
We would
motion,
want
take it out.
him to be appointed. The Office of Elections must appoint. It doesn't say we
Elections
must
Commission.
not fire. It says we must appoint.
I motion to appoint Scott
Ellen?
Nago.
second,
Second,
Well, I adjourned the meeting, yeah.
That's my recollection.
That's my action. Aloha.
we need to take the vote.
the vote to adjourn
And the vote to appoint.
and the vote to appoint.
I motion to appoint Scott Nago.
Second,
It's already been motioned and seconded. We need a vote, Chair. The chair cannot adjourn the meeting. We need a motion to adjourn.
I think the chair's left, so now it's up to us. I'd like for the record to vote on this motion.
Without the chair.
So my vote is, yeah, no, and not appoint.
Not a point. No.
I vote no on reappointing him.
Anita,
It's Thumbs down, that's a no.
Mr. Kikuchi, are you still on?
Four thumbs down.
Mr. Kikuchi, are you still on? It says he's still here.
We're still recording.
Well, guys, I think history will look back at this meeting and see that the four of us voted not against the motion to